When I was little, my big brother was my protector. And now, I'm the one protecting him. I just hope I don't get arrested. Oh yeah, and like and subscribe or you'll miss out on the mystery. I'm Zelda from Washington, D.C. My brother Ryan has always been there for me. When I was clumsy and dropped my ice cream, he got me a new one. When I fell, he picked me up. And when I watched a scary movie, he covered my eyes. And when he had to go somewhere and leave me alone, I want Ryan! On my birthdays, he always gave me the best presents. One time, he even paid the zoo to let me meet the giraffes and elephants. Mom told me he worked all summer to afford it. Since he was so cool, brave, and awesome, you'd think he'd want to be an astronaut when he grew up, or a lion tamer, or a dinosaur catcher. It's a thing. Look it up. But no, because our mom had to support us both by herself ever since he was little, his dream was to buy her a house one day and be rich enough that she wouldn't have to work anymore. That and take me on a grand adventure, which was my dream. Yeah, my brother's better than yours. Deal with it. Ryan got a super cool Mustang. He would always pick me up after school, and of course, all the girls swooned and every single one of the boys was jealous of him. I was the most popular girl in school without even trying. What kind of music does he like? Does he have a girlfriend? How can he afford such a cool car? Is he rich? Take it easy, girls. I'll tell you everything you want to know. My brother works for NASA. He's an engineer. He's saving up to buy my mom a house. No girlfriend. If he had one, I would be the first to know. And as for music, he and I listen to the same kind. Synth. The girls are always asking questions about you. They're all in love. What do you tell them? Just the usual. It's not like you're a mystery or anything. They don't need to know my business. Next time anyone asks, tell them you don't know. What? Why? Look, NASA is secretive. I can't tell everyone about what I do there. The government doesn't want anyone to know. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. Actually, we really can't talk about it at all. I've already told you too much. Just be cool about it, okay? What? No. I want to know everything. Tell me immediately. Maybe someday I'll be able to explain, but for now, keep everything I said between us. Ryan, that's not fair. Life's not fair. Here we are. Go on. I have to go back to work. I'll see you on your birthday. My birthday's next week. I have school tomorrow. You have to pick me up. Oh, right. Ryan, I'm worried. You're acting weird. Don't worry, little Z. I can handle myself. He dropped me off and drove away like he always did. Except this time, something felt different. Government jobs are very hush-hush. I'm sure he's perfectly safe. Please, respect his wishes and just leave him alone, okay, honey? He forgot my birthday. He never forgets my birthday. He's been a little distracted lately, just a little stressed. But he's okay, I promise. But I knew Ryan more than anyone, and he seemed worried. The next day, I waited outside our house for him to pick me up like he always did, but this time, he didn't show up. OMG, what happened? You're soaked. Didn't your brother pick you up? No, and he didn't call either. Something's wrong. I texted him all day, but there was no response. After school, with all the girls waiting to see him like they always did, I stood at the curb, looking right, left, waiting, calling, and yeah, you guessed it, he didn't show up. My brother, who had been there for me since the day I was born, was now missing. Mom, I can't find Ryan anywhere. He won't answer his phone, and he didn't pick me up today. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. He texted last night and said his phone's dying. He'll be getting a new one soon, but he won't be able to reach us for a few days. Why didn't he tell me? He was acting strange yesterday in the car. Something is going on with him. What if they heard us? Who? The government. What if they listened to our conversation? And now, honey, you're just so used to him being around, and now you're extra worried. This is probably the longest he's been away from you since he graduated college, isn't it? Well, yeah, but it's strange that he didn't text me when he texted you. And why didn't he pick me up? Maybe he had car trouble and couldn't call you. Don't worry. Your brother can take care of himself. He always has. Why wasn't Mom more worried? Everything felt wrong. Was I just being paranoid? She left in a hurry to go to work, and I was alone with my thoughts. Everything Mom said was true. But then again, he really was acting weird yesterday. And just because Mom got a text from his phone doesn't mean it was really him. I had to be sure. I rushed to the bus stop and went to the only place I knew I could get some answers, NASA. I would say he was an engineer, just like he told us, so they wouldn't suspect I knew anything more, which I guess I didn't really. I couldn't believe the giant space shuttle and huge NASA logo out front. This place was intense. At the front desk, I asked if I could speak to my brother. "What's his name, darling?" I told her and waited while she was on the phone. While she talked to the person on the other line, she looked at me as if there was something she didn't want me to know. "Sorry, sweetie. No one here has that name." That's when I saw two men in black suits and sunglasses at the end of the hall looking at me. Or were they looking at me? Maybe they were just waiting for someone. I didn't want to find out, so I hurried out of there. I had no idea what was going on. It didn't make sense. Unless they really didn't want anyone to know where he worked because he was part of some top secret mission. Without any other choice, I decided there was only one more place I could go to try to find him and find some answers. His apartment. I had only been there one time when I was about to move in a year ago, but I had written down the address. The building was super tall and fancy. I ran to the door and pressed the number to his unit. When an old woman answered, I asked if my brother lived there, thinking maybe she was the maid.
"No, he doesn't live here. Sorry."
My head was spinning. What the heck was going on? I saw my brother almost every day since we were little. I knew him, didn't I? A black SUV parked right behind me on the curb. I couldn't see through the tinted windows. I ran. Just then, I got a text from Ryan. All it said was an address that I didn't recognize. I tried to call, but there was no answer. What if it wasn't really him? I could be walking right into a trap. I got on the bus and headed that way. I couldn't go to the police yet. I had nothing to report. But what if I was going into a trap? But he was my brother, my protector. I had to try. Whatever it was I was heading into, I had to be brave. The sun went down. The street of the address was dark and dirty. My mom would never let me come here alone. Then I found it, a broken down old motel. I climbed the steps and knocked on the door, my hands shaking. It opened, and I saw a beautiful young woman standing in front of me. "Zelda, who are you?" "I'm May, your brother's girlfriend. Come in." I walked into the small room and saw Ryan sitting there, his head down like he was crying. I ran and hugged him. "I'm so glad you're okay. I've been looking everywhere for you. What's going on? I went to your work, to your house."
I lied, Z. I don't work for NASA, and I don't live in that nice apartment building. I've been living here. When I showed it to you, I was a real estate agent, but I was terrible and I got fired. Now, I work at a rental car place. The Mustang is theirs. My boss caught me using it last night and fired me.
"But why did you lie? I thought we were best friends."
We are. I was ashamed. You always thought I was so cool. You looked up to me. I said I would buy Mom a house, and I can't even afford to pay my own rent. She has to help me. I wanted to still be that big brother for you, the one you looked up to.
You are my big brother. Of course I still look up to you. You're my whole world. I don't care what you do for work. See, Ryan? Zelda, I told him you'd say that. He didn't want us to meet because he didn't want me to lie to you. But I'm glad you're here now. And I'm so sorry, but Zelda, we need your help.
No, we can't ask her to do that. She could get caught. She could go to jail.
That's when they told me what Ryan had done. I was in total shock. My brother was so angry at his boss when he was fired that before he left, he snuck into the office and stole money from the safe.
You did what?
I know, it was stupid. It was a mistake. The security guard is there now. He knows me.
When they open tomorrow, they'll see the money's gone and your brother will be on the video. We only have until 7 a.m. before
I go to jail and my life is ruined.
My heart was pounding, my hands sweating. I couldn't believe this was happening. I know he said he was angry, but this? I don't understand. That's not you. Why did you do it?
I wanted to pay back Mom for all the money she let me borrow. I'll go. I'll put it back.
No. Zelda, if the security guard ever sees him, he'll be caught. If he sees you, he won't know who you are. You can run.
But this is my mistake. I'll face the consequences myself.
I wouldn't help you steal money, but we're not stealing it. We're putting it back. So I'll help you because you've always helped me. Yes, I knew it was dangerous. I knew I could get into serious trouble, but all he wanted to do now was make things right. He drew a map of the office and explained to me exactly how to get in and out. The problem, of course, was the guard, and the fact that he had been caught on tape, which meant I would have to delete it. I had no idea how, but he wrote it all down along with the combination to the safe on a piece of paper. Why not just send it to my phone?
You can't take your phone. If they suspect you, they could use it to see that you were here. I'll call Mom and tell her you're sleeping here.
So, my mom knew he'd been lying? That's why she wasn't worried.
Here,
The money is in this purse. Just pretend it's yours and take my hoodie to cover your head. I left the apartment, following the directions he gave until finally I was outside the office. The guard was outside the gate. There was no way around him. My first thought was to cause a distraction, but there was nothing anywhere. So I just walked right up to him. Sir, please, can you help me?
What are you doing out here at night, miss?
I forgot my phone in the car I rented. Everything I have is in there.
Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm not supposed to let anyone...
I can't. He took pity on me and let me in. He asked which car, and I pointed to a random one, getting ready to cry again when he didn't find it. And that's exactly what happened. Can I use the bathroom? In the stall, I checked the paper Ryan gave me. I had to climb into the vent to get to the office. I knew the guard would get suspicious, but there was nothing else I could do. I just had to hope he was too uncomfortable to go into the women's room. Before I put the money back, I wanted to make sure the video of my brother was deleted, so I went to the computer. There was a password, but Ryan had written it down on the... Where was it? I checked all my pockets and even the purse. It was gone. The door flew open, and the security guard aimed his flashlight at me.
Come with me, young miss.
I failed. There was nothing I could do now. He led me out, and at the gate, I saw the black SUV, and from inside, a man in a dark suit and sunglasses was waiting for me. What was happening? When I got close, the man smiled and took his sunglasses off. It was Ryan?
Happy birthday, little Z. How'd you like your adventure?
But my birthday
is next week. I know. Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
I'm pretty sure this would still be a surprise. Ryan told me he did work at NASA, and he owned the car rental place because 6 months ago, he invented something for the government, and now he was a billionaire. What about May?
She's my friend from work. If I was dating someone, you'd be the first to know. Why? Do you think she likes me?
But your apartment.
I moved out 2 months ago because I bought a house.
Wow, you got your own house?
No, that one's yours and Mom's. Mine is that one.
Mom came out from inside, smiling and waving.
Thanks for trying to save me, little sis. My protector.
I was happy. He really was the best brother ever. Except for one thing. You made me walk to school in the rain. I need you, Diane. Come to my house, ASAP. I need your help. I rushed to his house in a panic. He sat in his bed, looking like someone had died. But Marco didn't have any family, so I asked what was wrong. He said his flash drive had gotten corrupted and he had lost some very important files that he needed for his college scholarship application. I've been working on my application for 5 years. I'll never get the scholarship now. I asked him if there was a solution, and looking at me very thoughtfully, said, "Well, there is one thing you could do." Then he told me that he had a copy of those files on his old flash drive, but that drive was with the girl he dated before me. Unfortunately, he said his ex was crazy. If I ask her, she'll never give it to me. I asked him how he expected me to get it, and he said I'd have to be sneaky. I would have to pose as an applicant to work as her live-in personal maid. I laughed, but he looked dead serious. "You just have to sneak in and get the drive. It'll be in and out." I told him I would consider it. He seemed grateful and showed me his ex. I jumped up in surprise and said, "There is no way on earth that I will speak to that witch again." The crazy ex he was talking about was Frankie. He looked surprised that I knew her, and I told him that I had known Frankie since I was a little girl. She had once been my best friend, but then she became my biggest enemy. Thankfully, in middle school, her family moved away and I never had to see her again. Hearing my refusal, Marco looked devastated. He begged and said his whole life depended on the contents of that flash drive. "Just help me out this once, babe," he begged. "If you can get it, I'll give you my Porsche." I couldn't believe my ears, but I felt like now I could consider the idea. I mean, given the payoff, how bad could it be, right? The answer? Very bad. The minute I walked into Frankie's huge mansion for my interview, she ordered her butler to kick me out. I immediately started crying and made up a story about how I had become homeless. "For the sake of an old friendship, please give me this job," I said sadly. For a minute, she stood silent, and I hoped she had fallen for it. The next second, she laughed at me and said, "As much as I always thought you deserved to be my servant, now that I think about it, I don't even think you're worthy of that, you loser. I started to fake cry and said I'd do anything to get the job. Anything? She asked, looking evilly at me. Yes. Okay, I'll give you a job if you get my face tattooed on your arm. She laughed and said not to come back unless it was with a tattoo, and then she had her butler escort me out. Outside the house, Marco picked me up, and when I told him what had happened, he said it was only fair that I do what she asked. I told him that he was out of his mind, and he said if I was smart, I could probably plan my own little revenge on Frankie once I was inside her house. Well, he was right about that, and after all, the tattoo could be tiny. The very next day, I showed up at Frankie's place with a tattoo. She looked like she couldn't believe her eyes, and laughing hysterically, she said, "Wow, you're desperate, aren't you?" She had me doing all sorts of weird and gross things for her. She told her usual cleaning staff that no one needed to do any of their work. It's all Diane's responsibility now. She laughed. I had to report at 5 a.m., and she would make me hand wash all her clothes. Then she made me clean her toilet. Some days, she left garbage all over the floor and said I had to pick it up with my bare hands. Worst of all, I was her new entertainment. She watched me the whole time, so I had no time to look around for the drive. Finally, one day when she had made me clean the pool, hand wash her delicates, and give her a mani and a pedi, I fell asleep in a corner of the room. I had fallen asleep when a jug of freezing cold water was dumped on me. I jumped up, spluttering. Sure enough, there she stood, laughing at me. But I was so tired, I started to cry for real. I asked her why she hated me. She looked surprised, and after a minute, she softly said, "I don't know. Get out of my face." I hurried away, feeling embarrassed. But to my surprise, she started being less mean to me after that. Once, I was talking to the housekeeper about how much I craved ice cream. "You're such a greedy pig," I heard Frankie say. I turned around, and she was laughing at me. I was so embarrassed, but to my utter surprise, Frankie had some ice cream distributed to all the house staff. Does she have a soft spot in her heart for me? I wondered. I decided there was only one way to find out. A few days later, when I was sure Frankie was close enough to hear, I said, "It's been ages since I've seen a movie. My friend said she could give me some, but I can't even afford a flash drive." Unbelievably, that evening, when I went to my room after my daily chores, Frankie was standing there wearing a sexy red dress. She tossed a flash drive into my hands. I could barely hold back my excitement. It was the same drive Marco had described. "You can delete whatever's on that drive. It's useless stuff. My creepy ex-boyfriend left it here." I caught him snooping around my room one day. Imagine that. I have a feeling he was trying to steal my credit cards. What else would he want? I dumped him immediately and had him escorted out of the house. Seriously, being a billionaire can be so hard sometimes. I almost rolled my eyes at her, but I didn't care. I was out. As soon as she left, I snuck into her study to check the drive to see if Marco's essay was in there. To my surprise, it wasn't. Marco would be crushed. But then I had an idea. Marco was always so secretive. He might have put it in a hidden folder. I checked, and sure enough, there was a folder there. But it wasn't an essay at all. Because the folder had been accessed from this computer before, I was able to decrypt the security key and open it. I felt like a genius. I opened it and was confused by what I saw. It was a list of people and their personal information. One quick Google search showed that they were all well-known business tycoons, billionaires, and the wealthiest politicians in the country. They had a folder each with their full profiles and information about their net worth, bank accounts, and other private and sensitive info. I transferred the files to my cloud and called Marco. I could hear the relief in his voice when I told him I had the drive. In 10 minutes, he texted that he was outside. He practically snatched the drive from my hand and dropped me off at my house, saying that he would catch up with me later. Before I could even ask him for his car, he was already gone. But I had other things to do. I rushed to my room and downloaded all the files. I studied their content and waited. I got a call in half an hour. "This is an empty flash drive." I had to hold the phone away from my face. He was shouting so loudly. "Oh no, really?" "I hadn't checked it, Marco, but it's the flash drive you described." She must have deleted your essay, I said. Damn it, Diane, I need that file. He screamed and hung up. I just stared at the phone in shock. Who was this guy? I had his ex's face tattooed on my arm, and now he was being such a jerk. I decided to spy on him. That night, I crept up to his bedroom window and saw him pacing around the room. Just then, his phone started ringing and he grabbed it quickly. The profiles are all gone. What should I do? He yelled. We have to get rid of them before they expose us, Dad. Dad? Did he just say Dad? And he has to get rid of us? Did he mean me and Frankie? The next day, I knew what I had to do. I called him up and told him I actually had what he wanted. I told him I knew everything about him, and if he wanted the data, he'd have to come see me alone. Sure enough, he showed up right on time and tried to tell me some lame story about how it was a misunderstanding and this was just research for business school. I let him think I was buying it. Out of nowhere, an older man appeared. This must be his father. I was surprised when he rushed forward and grabbed my arms, twisting them so I was forced to my knees. But before they could drag me to the car, the police jumped out from their hiding places and the father and son were dragged away. I was so relieved. I thought this nightmare was behind me, but boy, was I wrong. A week after the incident, I was on my way from my job when a black van cut across my path. Before I knew it was happening, Marco jumped out. Hello again, sweetheart. He laughed and grabbed my arm and forced me into the van. Soon, I was in a dark room. I had no idea where I was, and I couldn't understand how Marco had gotten away from the police. Suddenly, a door opened and Marco came in. I tried to scream, but he said, "This is a soundproof room. Scream all you want." Why are you doing this? I thought you loved me. I started to cry, but he couldn't have cared less. He laughed and said, I chose you simply because you were the only one who could get into her house. I knew her vanity would make her accept you as a maid. I started to cry, and he said he would let me go if I gave him the data. I told him the police had taken it, and I didn't have it anymore. He looked furious, and I knew he didn't believe me. He went out to talk to his father. Outside, I heard them arguing, and finally his dad came in. He swore if I gave him the flash drive, he would tell me the truth and help me. How stupid did he think I was? The next day, Marco and his dad decided to move me. They said they were taking me to another safe house. They stopped at a gas station and I told them I had to go to the bathroom. They were suspicious and eventually let me go. As soon as they turned away, I broke into a run and ducked into the nearest building. It was a gym. I was running frantically, trying to hide, when I ran into someone. The girl screamed and I swore. But when I saw who it was, I gasped. Frankie! Seeing me, she rolled her eyes. I was sure she would never help me because I'd quit without notice and I'd taken her flash drive with me. But to my surprise, she looked worried and asked me what had happened. Marco, I said breathlessly. That seemed like a magic word, and immediately she told me to come with her. On the way, I told her she was right and that Marco had kidnapped me. She looked incredibly sorry and said, I knew he was bad news. He scammed my father, you know. She was in tears when we reached her house. Inside, she said, before his crash, Dad gave me a list of very high-profile businessmen who he had worked with. But Marco stole the list from me. Then he scammed all those people and tried to pin the blame on me. Feeling sorry for her, I decided it was time to tell her. I have the list. I filled her in on why Marco had sent me to her in the first place. To make up for it, I have a small gift for you. I revealed that the necklace around my neck had a microchip where I stored the data. Frankie couldn't believe her ears or her eyes when I handed her the chip. She pulled me in and kissed me. I couldn't believe it, but just as I kissed her back, she pushed me away and started laughing like a maniac. Only you would be so stupid to fall for this, she laughed. My father he's the one who scammed all those people. Marco? She laughed. Marco is an undercover agent. He must have just managed to make a copy of this list when I realized what he'd done, and then my father had to go underground. When I saw you leave the house with him just after I gave you the drive, I knew I had made a mistake. I had my men follow every move you made after that. I gasped. Now that I have it, she said, throwing the necklace into the fire. "I can destroy it, and Dad can come back." I tried to leave, but she pulled me back. "Where do you think you're going?" she demanded. "Don't you know what happens to people who know too much?" She yelled for her guards to come and get me, but no one came. She called again, and finally the door opened. When she saw who it was, she paled. It was Marco. Now it was our turn to laugh. When Marco had kidnapped me, his boss, who had been pretending to be Marco's father, had told me everything. I ran away because that was the plan. I laughed. This chip was a fake. They have the original files. Immediately, she made a grab for me, but both Marco and I had seen it coming. I ran away from her while Marco tackled her to the ground. She tried to get up and run, but he was too quick for her. Finally, the cops came in and grabbed Frankie. She glared at Marco and demanded to know why he was so set against her family. "Why don't you just leave us alone?" she screamed at him. He looked serious for a minute, and then he said something that left everyone shook. "Remember that man your father scammed about 5 years ago? The one after which you could afford this luxurious mansion? That was my dad." Frankie looked shocked. Marco continued and explained that after the scam, his father had gone bankrupt. "That day, I swore I would bring you down." A week later, news of Frankie's dad's arrest was all over the news. Marco and I, we managed to avoid being named. Now I'm in college and I call myself Julie. I'm still dating Marco, who calls himself Jason. In fact, he just texted me. "I need you, Julie. Come to my house ASAP." Hi, my name is Rose, and this is the story of how my uber young dad started telling everyone I was his sister. You see, he could get away with it because he was only 17 when my mom had me and left me at his doorstep. One fine day, when my grandma opened the door, she found me sleeping peacefully in a crib.
"Ah, there's a baby at the door. What are you going on about? Good God, there's a baby at the door."
They found a note on me that read, "I'm going to college. Take your baby, you moron. P.S. It's called Rose." Immediately, Grandma started yelling at Grandpa.
"You cheater. I loved you, and you cheated on me with a college girl. What? No, it's not mine. Look, there's a picture here. It's Jason's."
Well, long story short, as soon as Dad saw me, he hid under his bed and started to cry.
"I'm too young. I'm just 17. What about my college?"
But my grandpa wasn't having it.
"If you're old enough to have kids, you're old enough to raise them. I'm not feeding another mouth."
Then he kicked Dad and me out. Dad decided to keep me, but he mostly seemed to find me annoying. Growing up, I was always nervous around him, so much so that I started to stutter whenever he was around. But then Dad found out that there was one major benefit of keeping me around. Once when I was 4, Dad threw a party and invited all his friends. When he told me to go to bed, I said, "If you let me stay up, I'll give chips to everyone. I'll even to throw things in the wash. I promise, Daddy."
Fine. Just stay out of my face."
But just then, a group of girls saw me and crowded around my dad. "Oh my God, she's so adorable. Is she your sister?" That's when Dad realized I was what they call a babe magnet. All these girls were paying attention to him because of me. "Of course not." But Dad picked me up and pinched my cheeks.
"Keep your mouth shut and you'll get a whole tub of ice cream for dinner."
Sold. After that, I followed him around the whole evening, telling every girl I saw, "I'm his sister. I'm his sister." I was such a success. Dad said I could have ice cream the whole week. From then on, I spent the whole day playing with Mila, my neighbor, and in the evenings, I was at Dad's game night or movie night. A few months later, Mila told me she was starting school. I told Dad I wanted to go too.
"Why do you want to go to school? By the time you finish, the only thing you'll have is a baby, and we don't need any more of those."
"No, Daddy, I'll study."
"Don't be a smarty pants. I need you to come to the park with me today. I want a girlfriend."
"No."
"Listen, Mila, you should help your dad. I'm telling you this, and don't forget it. If you're not on my side, then you're the enemy. Nothing in between."
"But I want to go to school."
I said forget it.
The next morning, I secretly tagged along with Mila to her school. As soon as we entered the class, the prettiest woman came to me and said, "Hello there, sweetie. Are you new?" "Yes, I'm Rose." She looked confused and said my name wasn't in her register. "Where's your mom?"
I can't let you just sit in class like that. I don't have a mommy. I'm scared. Oh, you poor thing. Where do you live?
I took her home, and when Dad saw Miss Maud, his jaw dropped. He invited her inside and was drooling so bad over her, he agreed to enroll me in school immediately. I was really happy at school, till one day in 6th grade, Mila came over carrying a huge pile of stuff I'd given her over the years, and she looked furious. I'm here to tell you that our friendship is over. What? Why? Because your dad is a creep. My mom told me he tried to flirt with her, also with my sister, and also with our babysitter, and also Mom's boss when she was over for dinner. Come on now, don't go. Why? Because I love you. Don't love me then. With that, she dumped everything on me and left. After that, she simply wouldn't talk to me and told everyone in school that my dad was a weirdo, and so was I. I was so distressed, my stutter actually got worse. The only good thing in my life was that Miss Maud and the other teachers thought that I was really smart. One day, my teacher asked me what I thought about the poem we were reading. It's okay, but I prefer Shakespeare.
What would you know about actual Shakespeare? She's a really big show-off. Always has been.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. My teacher gaped at me in shock and took me to Miss Maud's office, who was now the vice principal. She was delighted to hear my recital, and then she called up my dad to praise me.
Wait, I can't hear a word. I'll come to the school.
Any excuse to see Miss Maud.
I knew she was a genius, just like her dad. I always encourage reading in our home because, like Shakespeare said, the more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go.
I burst into giggles. Don't be silly, Dad. Dr. Seuss said that. Dad turned red as Miss Maud held back a laugh.
Yes, she is smart.
Dad was fuming all the way in the car. The minute we got home, he snatched the book from me and started yelling.
I don't see why you have to act so freaking smart, stupid. No one likes smart girls, especially when they're ugly like you. I don't know why my daughter couldn't be sweet and pretty, like Hinata Hyuga.
You're just jealous because you need to be as smart as me to date Miss Maud. I'd clearly crossed a line. I had to do some serious damage control. Pronto. If you stop bugging me, I'll set you on a date with Miss Maud.
What?
Yeah, she's also totally not married. I bet with my help, she'll like you too.
Okay, but this better work.
The next day we started Project Miss Maud. I helped Dad write the cutest notes and emails to her. Finally, she agreed to go on a date with him. They were meeting at the park, so I hid in the bushes to keep an eye on Dad. Things were going fine enough until Dad did the stupidest boy thing in the world. He stood up and said,
"It's amazing being amazing."
And then he tried to kiss her. Miss Maud clearly wasn't ready for it. She smacked him across the face and marched off. This was going to be such a disaster. Sure enough, as Dad got home, he started yelling at me.
No more school for you. If I didn't get to complete mine because of you, you don't get to go either.
Oh yeah? You wanted to take me out of school? Guess you'll have to go through Miss Maud to do that, and she won't like it.
I don't care what that woman thinks.
Even though he never mentioned pulling me out of school again, we barely spoke to each other for the next few months. He just kept moping around the house miserably watching anime. When I finally started high school, things started looking up for me, because on my very first day, I found myself being wooed at the end of literature class. A shy-looking boy named Ethan slipped a note to me.
Dear Rose, every time you're close, red goes my ears and face and nose. I wish the world froze. I'm trying to ask you out, I suppose.
I wrote a small yes in a heart and returned it to him. He grinned, and just like that, I had a boyfriend on my first day of high school. But there was one person who could never stand to see me happy, Mila. She'd never even noticed Ethan before, probably, but as soon as he and I started going out, I'd always see her trying to flirt with him any chance she got. One day when Ethan and I were sitting in the cafeteria, she just plopped onto his lap. Oh, sweetie, are you sure about this dummy? Wouldn't you rather date me? I'm so much more perfect. With that, she suddenly turned and kissed Ethan. Back off, Mila. He's my boyfriend. Immediately, he pushed her off, looking super red.
Yeah, Mila, get off me.
Mila laughed brightly.
Well, whenever you're ready to date someone who doesn't sound like an idiot, let me know.
Mila, everyone has their own insecurities. We're teens, remember? Oh, who is there? Who is talking now? Dr. Phil? Are you there? Come on, Mila. Don't use my stutter against me. I know a lot of things to use against you. We used to be best friends. Used, and that's a past tense. And it stays in the past. Goodbye for now. When is this going to end? Oh, it hasn't even started. With that, she literally skipped away, that crazy witch. As if Mila trying to ruin my life in school wasn't bad enough, Dad was giving her serious competition at home. Over the years, he had a string of girlfriends who would stay with us for a while before he dumped them. I was just so tired of finding some new bimbo at our place every few weeks. I even caught one of them stealing all our stuff before Dad threw her out. A few months later, Ethan offered to walk me back home one day. As we walked up to the house hand in hand, I saw Dad standing in the doorway. He saw us and looked like he was having a stroke.
Rose, get away from him right now.
Why, Dad? What's wrong? He marched to us and pulled me away from Ethan.
I don't send you to school so you can become pregnant one day.
Are you crazy, Dad? Ethan and I haven't even kissed yet.
Yet. You are never to kiss a boy, even hold his hand until you get married. Do you hear me? Or else I'm really pulling you out of school. You, stay away from her, idiot.
That's it, Dad. You're officially crazy. I'm done with you. I'm leaving. I marched straight up to my room and packed my bags. By the end of the day, I was at Miss Maud's place. I wish your dad would stop being so immature. You can stay here as long as you like and just focus on your college admissions. Yeah, I'll finally have some peace. But of course, I'd spoken too soon. After that day, I'd noticed that Ethan was mostly ignoring me at school and always had an excuse for not hanging out later either. I called him up one day to ask if I could come over.
Oh, babe, I really don't feel well. Coming down with the flu, probably. I'll see you when I'm better.
Before I could say another word, he hung up on me. He'd been acting so weird, and I had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Later that night, when I was at the mall, I got my answer. There he was. Ethan, and he was kissing Mila. I was furious. I marched up to him. So this is your disease, huh? Ethan looked shocked to see me, but Mila just grinned at me and said, no, I'm the cure, sweetie. I glanced at Ethan, expecting him to look ashamed, but he just shrugged.
Everything Mila has ever said about your dad is right, and I don't want to deal with all your drama. Plus, your stutter gets really annoying sometimes.
All my anger bubbled up to the surface and I smacked his face before I stormed off. Days later, I was still furious about the whole thing, but I had bigger things to worry about. I was anxiously waiting for an acceptance letter from my dream college, but the next day I got an email from them and I was shocked. I was so sure I'd get in, but the email said I was rejected for violent behavior towards my peers, and attached was a video of me slapping Ethan. I marched straight to his house and banged on his door. He came out grinning. Why did you do this?
Oh, I thought you were here to apologize for slapping me. Fine, I forgive you. Give me a hug?
Jerk, I'm going to tell Vice Principal Maud what you've done. For a minute, we stood in shock. I'd never yelled at him before, and suddenly my stutter was gone too. All I needed was a shock to my system. But I had to deal with him now.
Your stutter's gone? That's amazing. I'll take you back now. Mila's too high maintenance anyway.
Back off, you trash bag. I never want to see you again, and you're going to pay for this. And pay for it he did. While I started college at another place, Miss Maud suspended him for a month, which meant he couldn't get into the university of his choice also. One day the doorbell rang and I opened it to find Dad. He pushed an envelope into my hands and burst into tears.
Rose, I know I've been terrible, but I'm really trying to change, okay? I found out from Maud what Ethan did, and we both went to your dream college and talked to the admissions professor there to clear everything up. You can transfer to that place now.
I couldn't believe what he'd done. Did he just act like a parent?
Please, forgive me. I've been foolish and selfish and lost the people I love the most, but you're the only family I have.
My heart went out to him and I found myself hugging him. I forgive you, Dad, and maybe if you keep your act together, you'll be able to win back Miss Maud too. Just then, Miss Maud walked in behind him, smiling. After what he did for you, I decided to give him another chance. I couldn't be happier for both of them. Here we are a few months later, and I'm at my dream college now, and started dating an amazing guy who treated me like a princess. I could not be happier. Hi, I'm Cece, and this is my story. Before I begin, don't forget to like and subscribe. And hey, new MSA merch alert! Our latest bottles and notebooks are out now. Grab them via the link in the description and upgrade your gear. I was born in Paris, the city of love. Love was everywhere. In the heart-shaped cakes in the bakeries, in the balloons all the street merchants sold under the Eiffel Tower, and in the random rounds of applause whenever someone proposed publicly, which happened like 100 times a day. Yeah, love was everywhere, except our house. My earliest memories are of my parents fighting over the tiniest things, and of Lola, my sister who was 7 years older, distracting me. I got you new furniture for your dollhouse. Let's rearrange it in my room. Why are Mom and Dad yelling? Are they gonna be okay? Of course they'll be okay. Parents fight. This is normal. Don't worry. It didn't feel normal. It felt like my whole world was going to crumble down. And the only stable thing around me was Lola. When our parents eventually divorced, Mom moved to Italy to become an opera singer, and Dad soon realized his mistake and spiraled. He locked himself up in their room, and we rarely saw him. From that moment onwards, Lola became my unofficial parent. You cannot eat ice cream before dinner! You're not my real mom! Why did you fail math? I spent my whole week tutoring you! You're not my real mom! It's fair to say, I drove Lola crazy. She was forced to become my mother at a very young age, and I could be a brat. Also, I kinda ruined her plans for the future and her relationship with her very serious boyfriend, Jordan. Jordan and Lola had planned to go away to college together. Seeing that Lola had to work and take care of me since our dad was useless, Jordan left her and went off to college on his own.
I'm sorry, Lola. There isn't a place for both me and Cece in your life. This is it for us.
I felt guilty that Lola had lost both her boyfriend and her dreams, so I no longer wanted to give her a hard time. I started paying attention in class, helping her around the house, and even preparing her favorite meals and desserts. Ugh, there is no love like sisterly love, Cece. Never forget that. We only have each other in this life. One day, as I was working at my part-time cashier job in a coffee shop, I noticed a very rich-looking guy staring at me. I could feel his gaze without even lifting my head. Naturally, I decided to stare back until he got uncomfortable and broke eye contact. But he was a tough opponent. Give it up, creep. Didn't your mommy teach you it's rude to stare at people? But he still didn't flinch. He insisted on being in the line I was serving, even though the other one was empty.
One Americano, please.
Will that be all?
How about your number on the side?
I just stood there with a poker face until he finally gave up and said,
Yes, that will be all.
One Americano coming up. Name?
Ben.
That'll be €4, Ben. He gave me 100 and told me to keep the change with a wink. Nice try, jerk. If you think you can buy my number, you're sadly mistaken. Take your stupid money.
I'm just a generous tipper, girl. But I will get your number eventually. And by the way, your eyes are gorgeous.
And then he left. I wish I had shoved that change in his stupid face. Oh well. I could just use it to buy Lola something nice. This rich jerk kept coming back every day, and I'd always notice he had bodyguards waiting outside the shop for him. One day he came in when the place was empty.
I won't leave until you give me your number.
Then I hope you brought a change of clothes and a toothbrush.
You know, Cece, not to be a self-centered jerk, but I'm a great catch.
If you're so great, why are you so desperate to get my number?
Determined is a better term. I enjoy a hard challenge, and I just can't get you out of my head.
Then get a new head.
I would, but I have great hair.
You're not getting my number, weirdo.
We'll see.
For the next few weeks, he showed up with extravagant gifts, like a full mariachi band or roses that filled up the stores and customers couldn't get in. My boss finally snapped and told me to handle the situation or I was out. Of course, I couldn't get fired. I had to help Lola with the household expenses. So I caved and gave him my number. I'd just block him later. When I told my coworkers what happened, they all burst out laughing and started showing me his pictures on the internet. Turns out, he wasn't just a rich kid, but a famous actor as well. Apparently, he had bought the staff's silence because he didn't want me to go out with him simply for being famous. To my surprise, he wasn't that big of a jerk either. He was crazy romantic, like crazy romantic. One day, I mentioned that I was craving pizza, so he insisted on going to Napoli for lunch. I thought he managed to get last-minute tickets on a plane to Italy, but turns out we were going with his private jet.
You know, Cece, when I first met you and realized that you didn't know who I was, I felt truly alive. I had a rare opportunity to introduce myself however I liked to someone who didn't already have some opinions about me.
Well, for future reference, you didn't do a great job at it. You came off as a creep.
Yeah, you made that very clear. Don't worry.
He was sweet, charming, and attentive, and I found myself falling for him. I was hesitant to bring Ben home to see our poor house and meet my useless dad. Only when I made sure he actually loved me and accepted me no matter what, I invited him to dinner. But Lola wasn't too enthusiastic about him. You're spending too much time with him, Cece. Boys are trouble and a distraction. You should be focusing on your studies to get into a good college instead of dating flamboyant stars. I'm not a kid anymore. Don't worry about me. Also, I can do both. Ben and I went public, and he started taking me to all his premieres and movie sets. Sometimes I would miss school and travel with him wherever he went. Lola was furious about this. I did not break my back to keep you in school and give up on my dreams so you can live in some stupid fairy tale with a boyfriend. Fairy tales aren't real. I'm grateful for the things that you've done, but you can't keep holding that over my head. You also chose to do this, and I try to pitch in. You're welcome to stop caring for me now and go back to school. You're an ungrateful brat, Cece. You just met this boy. You're not his first love, nor the last. Don't get too used to this lifestyle, cause it won't be long before he drops you. Then we'll see what you'll do, kiddo. You almost sound like you resent me for getting a taste of the good life. Just let me be, Lola. But she didn't let me be. One day, I came home after a trip to Hollywood and found Lola waiting for me in the dark. Have a seat. OMG, you freak! You scared me! I think you should see this. What's this? Your Prince Charming isn't so innocent. I hired a private detective to follow him around. See for yourself. I couldn't believe Lola would go that far. Where did she even get the money to do this? In the folder she gave me, I found pictures of Ben in Saint-Tropez playing volleyball with many models and screenshots of him replying to other girls' stories on Instagram. That didn't really bother me till I saw a photo of him having dinner with one of his exes, and they were holding hands. I felt utterly disgusted and couldn't believe Lola was right. Ben had already left on another trip for 2 weeks, so I just blocked his number and blocked him on all the socials too. And I promised Lola that I'd never speak to him again. But I did find myself missing him. So, instead of caving and unblocking him, I decided to watch one of his movies. So, one evening, there I was, engrossed in his latest spy film and a family-sized pizza topped with pepperoni and my salty tears, when I caught a glimpse of something outside my window. It was Ben, swinging from a rope off the roof like a low-budget action hero. I quickly opened the window before he fell down and smashed his most valuable asset, his money-making face. What are you doing?
Well, it was impossible to reach you by any normal means, and Lola wouldn't let me in, so I thought I could swing outside your window until you tell me what's wrong.
Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I wouldn't know about your affairs?
What the?
You heard me. I know all about Saint-Tropez and your DMs with other girls, and the dinner with your ex. I showed him the pictures, and to my surprise, he burst out laughing and tussled my hair.
You dummy, you. Well, first, these so-called models are my cousins. Gross. I can't help it if we're all a good-looking bunch. Secondly, these DMs are made by a very famous fake account. Everyone on Earth knows this person is acting like me. How did you even miss this?
Okay, fine, but what about the dinner? How are you going to justify that?
Well, now that's embarrassing. I got an anonymous call telling me that this big-time director wanted to meet me to discuss his upcoming superhero franchise, for which he wanted to cast me. I smelled something fishy because the call didn't come through my manager, but I was too afraid to miss the opportunity, so I went. There I found my ex, who had received the exact same call. It was obviously some kind of stupid setup, but there wasn't even any paparazzi around that we could see. And here I'm holding her hand because she's telling me her cat died. I didn't bring this meeting up because it wasn't anything important.
Do you honestly think I believe that?
Yes. Do you know why? I voice recorded all my calls and meetings, so here you go.
Oh man, he humbled me quickly and left me speechless. I hated being proved wrong.
But where did you get these pictures? Did you hire someone to stalk me?
Don't flatter yourself. They were thrown my way. Don't think for a minute that I'm obsessed with you.
Cece, baby, it's too late. I've seen you eat that pizza with snot and tears crying over me.
I hit him with the cushion as he laughed, then he hugged me. The next morning, I told Lola everything, but she wasn't relieved or happy. And you believe him? You're so naive, Cece. Well, I know him more than you or your private detective. He's an honest guy who loves and spoils me. Can't you just be happy for me? You're my sister. Is that too much to expect? Lola looked at me and then sighed. You're right. I suppose I can give him a chance. I was only trying to protect you. He seems too good to be true. I know, but maybe I lucked out and he doesn't have any skeletons in his closet? Yeah, maybe. But just as I thought everything was on track, it all exploded in my face. One morning, as I was watching the news, I saw a picture of Ben's father shaking hands with some thug.
In the latest Hollywood drama, the famous businessman, also known as Ben's father, is allegedly smuggling illegal goods and accepting bribes. Does this mark the fall of his empire and possibly Ben's reputation and career too?
As I watched in horror, I suddenly noticed Lola standing behind the couch, a huge, evil smirk on her face, and the realization washed over me. Lola was somehow behind this. Lola! My scream shook the house, and I turned around to pounce on her. Even Dad, who hadn't come out of his room in ages, came out running as we rolled around on the floor. How dare you humiliate Ben and his family like that? What did you do? Just used some AI-generated images. Ow! Calm down, will you? I'm doing what's best for you. This is what's best for me? Ruining my relationship and someone's life? How could you do that? Ben was nothing but nice to you. I've been nothing but nice to you. What is your problem? And then Lola's face twisted with rage. My problem is you thinking you deserve to go off and live your fairy tale life with your stupid, perfect boyfriend when I gave up everything for you. So what? I should just live here and take care of our useless dad after giving up on my boyfriend and my dreams? And it was all for you. Finally, the truth comes out. You jealous, horrible dinosaur. I slapped her hard. You selfish, ungrateful pig. Our epic slap showdown kept going until our palms were sore and Dad finally intervened. I stormed off and shut myself up in my room. How could I tell Ben my sister ruined his family's reputation? I tried calling him to see how he was taking it, but I couldn't reach him or anyone from his family or managers. He just disappeared from the face of the earth. I joined my dad in despair and didn't leave my room when Lola was in the house. And I certainly didn't leave the house. One night, as I was watching one of Ben's films, I heard loud knocks on the door and police sirens outside. Dad and I got out of our rooms quickly, only to find the police taking Lola away.
You're being detained on suspicion of defamation through made-up evidence. You have the right to remain silent.
Lola, I swear, I had nothing to do with this. I know, Cece, I did. Lola turned herself in? But why? I rushed to prison after her and waited until I managed to see her. Why did you do that? I couldn't bear seeing you so miserable. I already lost Mom and Dad, and I can't stand the thought of losing you too. I was afraid you'd go off with your prince one day, and I'd be alone and miserable, and I got really jealous and selfish. Ben made you happy, and you deserve that. Now that it's public his father was framed, I'm sure he'll turn up again. I was speechless. I believed Lola regretted what she'd done, but she had to pay the price for it now. And Ben would get to hear that it was Cece behind everything and would make sure he stayed away from me forever. But one day, as I was leaving the police station after visiting Lola, I bumped into Ben. I thought I'd never see you again.
My family and I were advised to stay low and not to talk to anyone till the matter was cleared up. Now I'm here to pay Lola's bail, and we're dropping all charges against her.
What? Why would you do that?
Because she turned herself in, so she obviously regrets it. And because I love you, and she's your sister. And because I'm confident that I can win her over too. I wore you down, didn't I?
You sure did, and I love you too. Hi, I'm Grace from Vermont. Before I continue, hit the like and subscribe button. If you do, you'll meet the love of your life while on vacation near a pool. My parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior. But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want.
Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it.
Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school. Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from? Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am.
It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's.
As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just one girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me.
I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes? You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice. Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous.
It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other 4 were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion, but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister's shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me, but it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment. Oh my God, the new Gucci bag! I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was gonna wear the ugliest outfit, but then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good. Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this. You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny. The only thing funny here is the way you talk.
Olivia, apologize this minute.
Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace. Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. Were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right? That was perfect. Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys. Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs. I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck. Oh, she'll come around. Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad! This is such an amazing opportunity! I won't let you down. Yes, Dad, you'll love our designs. Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk.
dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience. Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress. My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, but everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened. Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Ugh, just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be.
I can't believe someone would do this. All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now.
I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked.
Fine. If that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance.
But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. Ugh, what do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb. Especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do. Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing. Must be your mom. If I were you,
I'd think of going underground for a few days. Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me. I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter. You should have. But right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad. We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me? Yes, of course I am. My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Margot and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put everything together. When the day of the fashion show arrived, we were ready. The paparazzi and critics were waiting for the curtains to rise, expecting the show to be a disaster with all the leaked designs. But when the curtain rose and the spotlights came on, the entire audience gasped. The new designs were even more beautiful, and the show was a massive success. And Dad was super proud.
You set aside your differences, and you worked hard. You pulled together as a family. I'm so proud of all of you.
It was Grace. She's the one who brought us together on this. Team effort. That's what sisters are for. Olivia and I smiled at each other as the rest of my sisters hugged me. I just knew everything would always be fine as long as we stuck together.
Hi everyone, I'm Hayden from California. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was born into a big, happy family, and growing up with 4 spunky older brothers was always a blast. And we ran into a lot of trouble, like when we kicked the ball into our neighbor's window, and another time when we all fell into the pond and Mom thought slime monsters were invading the house. Yeah, we were all grounded, except for my younger sister Rose, the only odd one out who never joined us and only cared about her looks and her clothes.
Ugh, Hayden, I can't believe you dress like that. Why can't you wear a proper dress?
I can't believe you like those clothes. Look at this t-shirt. It's large so I can get underarm ventilation, and I can stuff my face without veering my waist. And these pants, they have pockets. Here, want to see the frog I found? Eee! Well, my brothers became super boring after they started high school. They got girlfriends and hobbies. Ugh, it's not like I need them to have fun. I can find my own friends. One day, when I was on my way home from school, I spotted some meanies hassling a puppy. Not under my watch. I grabbed a stick and rushed over to them screaming, but then I tripped on a stone and fell. They all started laughing at me, but I got back on my feet. Let that puppy go.
Or what? You'll fall on your face again?
Or I'll teach you a lesson.
Ew, we're shaking in our boots. An army of ants is coming our way.
That boy was my new neighbor, who was the same age as me, but half their size. And then the puppy bit the bully's hand, and the new boy rushed in and snatched the puppy away. He grabbed my arm, and we started running until we got away.
Wow, that was brave. I'm Rashid.
And you got there just in time. I'm Hayden. He adopted the puppy, and from that day on, Rashid and I became best friends, and everyone called us the Terrible Duo. But things changed the summer before high school when Rashid decided to visit his grandparents in India. Can't you stay home?
Aw, I'll text you every day, and then we'll be in the same class this year. Finally, we can sit together.
Without him, I was so bored that I even tried spending time with Rose. She pulled me out for shopping or a salon, which I never liked. She even dragged me to her ballet class. Ugh, all that pink tulle and that boring music. I was starving, so I searched for a vending machine and almost crashed into a girl doing a backflip. I peeked into the classroom and everyone was doing backflips and handstands, and the splits, they looked free, strong, and flexible. I wanted to be one of them, and that was my true calling. I caved in and trained every day, and by the end of the summer, I had already won 3 trophies at local competitions. I couldn't wait to show them to Rashid. On the first day of high school, I got in early to save us the best seats, but when I got in, someone was already there. Hey, can you? The guy looked at me, smiled, and
Hey, Hayden, I missed you.
OMG, Rashid? Wow, I almost didn't recognize you. He looks tall, and the glasses are gone, and wow, he's so… No, he's the same guy as before. Don't act all weird around him now. Every time Rashid looked at me, I felt myself blushing, and if we bumped into each other, my insides turned into a giant knot. I needed bug spray to kill all the butterflies flying around me, and I felt so jealous when I saw all those girls falling for him and fighting for his attention, though he dodged the swooning like a ninja dodging throwing stars. Ugh, I don't don't know what to do. What if he decides to date one of those girls? Try to give him some hints and see if he likes you back. So I decided to put Rashid to the test. I left my lunch at home and he shared his with me, but then he did the same for my classmate the next day. And when it started raining, he also shared his umbrella with me and my sister.
Why does he have to be so nice to everyone? Ooh, I smell heart trouble. My sister has a crush on her best friend. How predictable. Unfortunately, he likes girly girls. Girls like me. He sees you as one of his buddies.
I was crushed. Not only did he not like me romantically, I wasn't even part of the competition. I liked the person in the mirror. I liked that I was strong enough to walk on my hands or that I could sleep more in the morning because I wore no makeup. And then I decided that if Rashid liked those girls, I could be one. And like Cinderella, I just needed a fairy godmother to help me with the transformation. Or rather, will you give me a makeover, sis?
OMG, I thought you'd never ask.
I would love to. And you need to learn that Puma and Adidas are not the same brands.
Well, leave it to me. I'll take care of your closet.
Suddenly, Rose turned into a whirlwind. She plopped me in front of the mirror, pulled out brushes and paint, stuffed me into tight clothes, and gave me the highest heels to wear. Are you sure about these? Maybe I can still wear my sneakers.
Do you want to catch a boy or not?
I was shocked. Was that even me? Rose had certainly transformed me, but I wasn't sure it was for the better. It's okay, Hayden. Think of this as an undercover mission. I thought being a girly girl would be a breeze. Boy, was I wrong. I had to do this awkward, clumsy walk because of that dress. And of course, I missed the bus and got to school late. As if that wasn't bad enough, when I walked into the class, my dress tangled on my feet and I stumbled, but thankfully Rashid was there.
Oh, Hayden, you look...
Magnificent, majestic, breathtaking?
You've got lipstick on your teeth. I didn't know you were into makeup.
Well, you know, of course I'm into makeup. I'm a girl, no?
Okay, let me help you with that backpack.
It worked. Rashid had never offered to carry my books before, but every day I got into a new accident. Once I sneezed while putting on mascara, and I drew a line all across my face. Another time, I found a fake nail in my lunch and almost swallowed it. No matter what I did, it felt like we were growing distant. Rashid was treating me more like a girly girl and less like a friend. No more games of basketball or all-you-can-eat buffet lunches on Saturdays, but I'm still the same person. I can stuff my face even if I wear a tight shirt, right? Luckily, I still had my gymnastics practice where I could burn out my frustration. I trained so hard that I was ready for the regional competition by the end of the year.
Congratulations! I'll come and cheer you on.
Perfect. I'll tell him about my feelings there. With Rashid cheering me on from the stands, I felt like I could do anything. And soon enough, I won first place. It was such an exciting moment. Even a scout stopped to watch.
I run a prestigious academy for stunt actors. You've got the looks and you've got the moves. If you want to make it in Hollywood, give me a call. It's never too early to start.
I wanted to run to Rashid to talk, but I was a disgusting sweat fountain. Plus, I needed the time to rehearse the speech I had prepared with the help of Rose for him. So I snuck into the storage room. Hey, I know we started as friends, but since last summer, I started to like you, you know? I won today because you're here. Brian! OMG, you scared me! Brian was one of my teammates, just a couple of years older than me.
Sorry. I just needed to put these away.
Sure, I was leaving anyway. Oh gosh, what if he heard? This is so embarrassing. Brian had said nothing, so I hurried to get changed and do my makeup perfectly. Wow, look at you. You're really girly now. Just Rashid's type, right? But when I came out of the changing room, Rashid wasn't there. I texted him and he replied coldly.
Sorry, something came up. I couldn't wait.
That's disappointing.
Hey, do you need a ride home?
I turned. Brian was waving at me, and for the first time, I noticed how cute he was. He was leaning against a nice sports car. I could wait for the bus, but I was sad and I didn't want to go home alone. Well, thank you. We spent the ride home talking about gymnastics, and by the end of the trip, Brian had asked for my number.
I like this new style, by the way. You'll look even better with long hair.
Long hair is such a chore, but I guess that's what guys like. From that day on, Brian started texting me, and soon he asked me out on a date. I still liked Rashid best, but he had barely spoken to me since the gymnastics competition. It was clear he wasn't interested. I might as well go out with someone who appreciates me. Brian had booked a super fancy restaurant. I wore my high heels, and I even borrowed a wig from Rose to complete the look. When I walked into the room, I felt everyone looking at me with awe.
You look stunning. All the boys here are jealous that you're my date.
Wow, this is what being a girly girl looks like? Everyone is always staring at you? Brian was impressed, and we started chatting about ourselves. Brian already had his
his life figured out. He would work for his father's company.
And what about you?
I don't know. I might consider this stunt acting gig. I'd get to kick butt for a living.
Aren't those film stunts too dangerous for a girl?
What? How could you say? Just then, the fire alarm rang, and a fire started erupting from the kitchen. Everyone started running toward the exit, but I heard a cry and turned around. An old lady had fallen, and nobody had noticed. But with my high heels and tight skirt, I couldn't run. So I took off the shoes and ripped the dress and rushed to help the lady up. We made it out just in time, and nobody was hurt.
I can't believe you rushed back like that. Thank God you made it out, but you look like a proper fright.
Well, I wouldn't have had to rip my clothes if I wore my old t-shirt and sneakers. Of course I look a fright. I just ran into a building on fire.
Oh, wait. Please don't sit in the car. You see that ash on you? Ugh, let me call you a cab.
You know what? I'll get it myself. We're done.
But you like me. That letter.
That wasn't for you, jerk. And you know what? You were my biggest mistake. I left, and with the fire, all the cabs were stuck in traffic. So I decided to walk home. And after a short while, it started to rain. I was miserable, dirty, and wearing no shoes. So when I saw the diner where Rashid and I always went, I walked in to wait out the rain. But as I stepped in, I froze. Rashid was there with his friends.
Hayden, what happened? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just a bit. Well, I was going home, but I couldn't get a cab.
I'll take you.
But I'm all dirty. What about your car? He didn't care about his car, and he drove me home. Around him, my heart fluttered. My feelings for him rushed back like they'd never gone, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. Hey, so that day at the competition, I wanted to tell you that since last summer, I started to like you.
Wow, you really have changed. I didn't think you were the type of girl who jumps from one boy to the next.
What? You mean Brian? I only went out with him because you kept ignoring me. You're the one I've liked for a long time.
Sure, well I don't. Bye, Hayden.
Rashid drove away, and I felt devastated and humiliated. When I walked in, I saw Rose. I hugged her and told her everything. I'm sorry. I feel like this is partially my fault. I actually don't know what kind of girl Rashid likes, but I lied so we could spend more time together and share everything like sisters do. You're the only sister I have, but you were always hanging out with our brothers. I was stunned that my sister lied to me, but I understand her. It wasn't all her fault. That same night, I called the Stunt Academy director. I'd like to accept your offer, but I want to move in immediately. Rashid texted me after I started going to the academy, but I ignored him and even blocked him. One rejection is enough, thank you. The classes at the academy were intense. I was learning the most amazing moves and killing it as a stunt girl on big sets.
Who needed Rashid when I had my passion and talent to keep me going?
I also abandoned the heels and skirt and went back to my style. No one cares what you wear if you can jump from a moving helicopter. Years later, I was at the premiere of my latest film when I saw Rashid as one of the waiters. He was even more handsome than before. Forget him. He rejected you. You're not even friends anymore. But everywhere I turned, he was there. And finally, he cornered me at the buffet table. What are you doing here? And when did you become a waiter?
I tried to get into your premiere, but all the tickets were sold out, so I sent flowers, but you weren't interested, so I had to dress up as a waiter and sneak in.
Whatever.
Hayden, please stop running. Talk to me. At least let me explain.
You were very clear the first time.
Look, when we were at the competition, I overheard your confession, and I saw Brian, so I thought it was for him. When you confessed to me, it kind of made me feel like I was your backup plan. It made me pretty mad because I had a crush on you. And later, I got to know the truth from Brian, and I felt too guilty. I tried to reach you, but you blocked me.
Wait, you had a crush?
Yeah, since we met. After you started dressing more girly, I got really confused because I liked you the way you were.
So I didn't need to change for you?
Absolutely not. You were perfect, and I never stopped liking you.
I couldn't believe it. All these years, I could have been with Rashid, and it was all because of a stupid misunderstanding. Well, it was clear now what I needed to do. I spun on my heels and perfectly landed into Rashid's arms in the perfect position to kiss him. I never stopped liking you either. Let's get the camera rolling.
Hi, my name is Caroline, and my life is literally the stuff out of television. When I was 4 years old, I started having the hiccups. I just chugged some water, thinking it was going to go away soon. 72 hours later, the hiccups hadn't stopped. I was crying and freaking out now. I said to my big sister, "Carly, please take me to the hospital." The doctors had no idea what was wrong with me. They checked my throat for irritation, blockages. There was nothing. I was a normal, healthy 4-year-old girl who just couldn't stop hiccuping. 3 months turned into 3 years, and my hiccups never stopped. At first, it was so hard. Our parents were gone before I could even remember, and Carly had to take care of everything. All the visits to the hospitals, the insane expenses, the stress. She was going nuts. The only thing that made her feel at peace was that I was smart, and I got excellent grades at school. I was the top of the class 3 years in a row. I'm so proud of you. Oh, my precious little genius. Carly loved my grades, but it made the kids at school hate me even more than they already did. So what if you're the topper? No one can understand what you're saying, Caroline. You sound like such a freak. I can't help it. Have you tried drinking water? Let's make her drink a bunch of water, guys. I drank like a gallon of water really fast, and it made me so dizzy. These kids were jerks. I felt the puke coming, and I didn't hesitate. I let it all out on the kids around me. Ew, she's disgusting. My quirk pissed off the teachers too. When I was 13, I was taking a test when my teacher literally blew up at me. No one can hiccup for this long. You're obviously faking it to mess with the exam. Why would I do that? I get the highest score in class. Ugh, so annoying. I'm calling your sister and we are ending this. When Carly reached the school, she was red with anger. She told off my teacher in front of everyone and threw a bunch of medical bills right into her face. Look at those bills. Does that look like she's faking it? Huh? It may be a real condition, but she is disturbing the class. Then I don't want to be in your stupid class. I'm the only math teacher here, you brat. Don't talk to my sister like that, or I will kick your butt in front of your students. It's okay, Carly. Just find me a different school, because this one sucks. And that's how I got taken out of school right in the middle of the year. Okay, I know this is bad, but don't you worry, Caroline. There will be plenty of schools that will want you. Carly had no idea how right she was about to be. You see, one of the kids watching the spectacle at school had recorded it. He posted the video on the internet, and it kind of went viral. In an instant, my condition became famous in my little town. Everyone in the comments was bashing the teacher for how rude she was and praising us. People started waving at me on the street, and the kids in my neighborhood stopped throwing eggs at our house. Carly and I even got invited to do a radio interview with a celebrity. Why are you interested in us? A girl with non-stop hiccups? Lady, your kid's gonna be famous. Famous? I had no idea that I was special. As Carly took me from radio interviews to TV segments, I watched in awe as people were amazed by me. I can't imagine your life, Caroline. You're so brave, and your sister Carly is such a wonderful human for raising you. This was so much fun, and Carly loved the attention. She adored getting us dolled up for the interviews, and the money coming in really lightened her workload. I was so happy to help her out. We finally bought our own house with that money. I joined a new school and got ready to start a new, better life. I was heading out for my first day of school when I saw 3 strangers in my apartment. Oh my God, were we getting robbed? Carly, someone's in the house. Oh, it's okay, Caroline. This is just the crew. The crew for what? I'm making a reality show about renovating our new house. You'll be in it, obviously, because you're the hiccup girl, but it'll mostly be about the house. I couldn't believe this. Carly signed us up for a show without even asking me. I got really annoyed at her, and she begged me to forgive her. I know I should have asked you, but I had to say yes. You're too young to get how huge this could be for us. I don't have time for a show. I have school. They'll come to school with you. Say what? This was so embarrassing. I walked into the first day of school with a camera crew around me. Everyone was staring at me, and one girl laughed loudly and said, "Can you believe her? So self-obsessed." That's the hiccup girl. Doesn't she have her own show now? Hi, hiccup girl. My name's Caroline. I just ran out of there. This was so overwhelming. When I finished freaking out, I realized the crew had been filming me the whole time. Oh my God, go away. We're just getting your reaction. This is great TV. The crew was relentless. They followed me everywhere, and whenever they were around, people started acting really weird. Like one day, my chemistry teacher just stopped teaching us and started singing. This is my only chance to showcase my real talents to the world. Love you, hiccup girl. This song is for you and Carly. I wanted the earth to swallow me right now. And this was just the start of the craziness.
People started stopping me in the hallways to do choreographed dances for the cameras. Couples would stage loud, dramatic breakups in public just to create drama and get on the show. People were going nuts. Even if they seemed like they just wanted to get to know me, there was a hidden agenda, like with Adam. I always thought he was cute, and when he asked me out, I happily said yes. When I suggested leaving the crew at home for the date, he was like,
Whoa. We need the cameras there.
"Why?"
That's the whole point of being with the hiccup girl. You're famous, and I'm gonna be a model one day. It just works, baby.
I got up and dunked my juice all over his stupid head. "I'm not your baby. You can find someone else to launch your career." I ran out of there before the cameras could spot just how sad I was. And all this insanity at the school and the filming at home, even my grades started to fall. I just couldn't do this anymore. I went to Carly's room to talk to her about all this. When I opened her door, I saw Carly making out with one of the cameramen. Oh my God! Carly! Oh, Caroline, don't freak out. Trent is my boyfriend.
Fiance, babe.
Oh, dang, I forgot. Trent just proposed. We're getting married? No way. We're going to announce our relationship on the show tomorrow. The fans are going to love it. Carly will tell you in front of the cameras, too, and you have to act totally surprised. This is so important to me, okay? Of course I said yes, but I stormed off and slammed the door shut behind me. I doubled down on my studies and started ignoring everyone at school to save time. People started calling me snobby, arrogant. Even the crew started getting annoyed with me.
What are we supposed to record if you're just in the library all day? This is so boring.
I really didn't care. I had to achieve my goals, just like Carly was achieving hers. Her surprise love engagement to her own cameraman made her a sensation online. She followed it up with a surprise wedding episode in Hawaii, and the fans fell in love with them. We were celebrating after the wedding when Carly came up to me with some surprising news. "My lawyer gave me the go-ahead, Caroline. I can officially adopt you as my daughter." Are you serious? Yes, I have the adoption papers right here. A little surprise for you. I was completely speechless. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Because I was full of so many emotions, I just ran to my sister and grabbed her in the tightest hug of my life. "I'd love to be your daughter, Carly. What you've done for me."
Caroline, can we do another take of the reveal moment? I think we could do better.
"Excuse me?"
When Carly shows you the adoption papers, your reaction isn't really working. I need you to show more emotion. Maybe cry loudly or faint. Let's do one more take.
You interrupted my real moment to tell me how to fake it?
It's not a big deal. Just one more take.
No, nuh-uh. Not happening. I'm not doing this again. You are insane. You need to stay away from me and my reactions.
You need to do your job. For weeks, we've just been recording you hiccuping in the library. Do you know how boring that is? We're the ones who answer to the boss.
You know what? You can tell your boss. I quit. Chaos broke out then. Half the crew started filming while I fought with the other half. Carly tried to step in and calm us down, but there was no stopping me. I can't live with that crew around me anymore. Caroline, I know it's tough, but this show is the best thing that ever happened to us. To you? I hate it. And if you hated something this much, I'd never force you to do it. Carly was defeated by that. She knew it was true. She still begged me to put up with the crew till college. Just one last season. If you quit before that, we lose millions of dollars in bonuses. Money that can take care of us for the rest of our lives. Caroline, please. God, what wouldn't I do for my sister? I agreed to put up with the show for one more season and prepared myself for another year of misery and isolation. Little did I know that in another month, my life would change forever. I went for a regular checkup at the doctor's office, and he said the magic words.
We can stop your hiccups, Caroline. We have medicine for this.
Oh my God, I couldn't even process this. Stop my hiccups? They had been my identity for so long. I didn't even know what to feel as I ran home to tell Carly. Carly was stunned into silence, but the crew started sharing their opinions right away.
You can't touch your hiccups. The contract says your condition is crucial. The show could get canceled tomorrow if you do this.
We can make enough drama for the show without my hiccups.
There is no way. People love the hiccup girl.
I don't want to be the hiccup girl anymore.
If you do this, you will lose all your bonuses. So you might as well quit.
Carly suddenly stood up. We quit.
What?
We're going to stop her hiccups.
You're crazy, right? The hiccup girl is a moneymaker.
She's not a moneymaker. She's my sister. We started this show to make something good come out of her hiccups, but stopping them is always the priority. She is my priority.
Then the show will get canceled.
So be it. When do we go to the doctor's next, Caroline? I hugged my sister tightly, fresh tears flowing from my eyes. We finally put an end to the show and used our savings to survive. Carly managed to get a new job in no time, and I got into the college of my choice. The doctor prescribed a medication to me that actually worked, and for the first time since I could remember, I was not the hiccup girl. I was just Caroline.
Hi, I'm Blessing from New Zealand, and I have a skin disease called vitiligo. But that didn't stop me from getting revenge on all the good-for-nothing jerks in my life. When I was 5 years old, I spent all day making a beautiful Mother's Day card for my stepmom.
Look what I got you, Mommy.
That is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And how many times have I told you not to call me that? I'm not your mommy. Your mom is dead. And with that, she tore it into two.
But I made that especially for you.
Who asked you to? Not me. Why would I want someone like you to love me, stupid girl? I ran to my room and jumped onto my bed, crying myself to sleep. I couldn't understand why I was born with this disease. I just wanted to be normal. Dad was only 17 when he had me, and he never even got a proper degree. The solution he found for his problems was marrying my evil stepmother, who was 15 years older than him, but very rich. It made things worse for me, though, because she was a massive pain in the butt. When I was 6, I found out that I was high-key a genius. One day, the teacher asked us all to memorize some nursery poems about winter and recite them in class. I snuck into my stepmom's library at night and took my favorite book off the shelf. I memorized Shakespeare's Winter by heart. When it was my turn to read out loud, the teacher looked stunned. I was asked to take a series of tests the next day, after which she called my parents and told them I was a genius with an IQ of 180. Oh, wow. I guess that explains why she's so ugly. Here's a brochure for this amazing school for gifted kids. God, that looks expensive. No, we can't send her there. It's bad enough that we'll have to spend a fortune on beauty products to cover up her skin. I hoped Dad would say something, but he was just quiet as usual. He mostly just did whatever she said because, well, he was living on her money. I thought I would always be miserable between my annoying parents, but one lucky day, I stumbled on an amazing secret, and it was the happiest day of my life. You see, I found out by accident that Dad had a girlfriend. That day, I understood that stepmom was probably horrible to me because of her own insecurities. She was just a loser who was getting cheated on, and I would never let her words or actions affect me again. A few days later at dinner, Dad left the table when his phone started ringing. I instantly guessed it might be Dad's girlfriend, and before stepmom could pick up the phone, I ran off with it. She started chasing me around the lounge and caught me by the shirt. I didn't know what to do, so I flung the phone at the wall, smashing it to bits. Just then, Dad walked in.
What's going on? And who broke my phone?
Daddy, I can explain.
And with that, I jumped onto the sofa and whispered in his ear that his girlfriend was calling, and I'd stopped stepmom from answering it. He immediately gave me a big hug. Stepmom screamed in rage and stormed out of the room. While things were looking up at home, they were just getting worse at school. My condition made kids look at me like I was an alien, and it just seemed to annoy everyone I was smarter than them, especially that horrible Luna. She was 2 years older than everyone else because she was really dumb and had been held back Black twice. She never missed a chance to make fun of me. In the 5th grade, I entered an international physics competition and had the highest score among 500 participants from around the world. You've made us all so proud, Blessing.
You don't speak for us, miss, because we're all pretty ashamed to have her here. She should be in some school for freaks.
Luna, that's a terrible thing to say. Apologize right now.
Okay. Sorry, Blessing.
Not Blessing. And then she knocked over all my books and started stomping on them. The teacher yelled at her and immediately dragged her off to the principal. She just kept being a jerk, so I knew I had to find a way to deal with her. One day, I found it. We were in the 7th grade celebrating Cultural Day when she came up to me and said, "And what are you supposed to be? White? Black? A Dalmatian? A panda? What are you?" "I'm a human being, unlike you, you monster." "Oh. Since when did you become so brave?" "Since the day I saw you cheating on your boyfriend with 2 boys. "What? I don't know what you're talking about, idiot. I saw you behind that tree, Luna. So you better leave me alone or I'll tell everyone about this. And who do you think they'll believe? Me or a weirdo like you?" "I'm pretty sure they'll believe me." And with that, I played a video of her I'd made on my phone, and from that day on, she didn't mess with me anymore. I could finally focus on my studies in peace. Boy, was I wrong. Things were getting much worse at home. Dad had started coming home really late every night, and I could tell stepmom was getting suspicious. One night, I woke up with a start when I heard loud screaming. "How could you cheat on me? You don't think I have feelings?" Ugh, give me a break. It's not like I'm ashamed of having a hot, young girlfriend. Just look at her. She's running for the Miss World contest next year. Really, you can't blame me for cheating on you. Have you looked in the mirror lately? "That's it, you two-timing, gold-digging jerk. Get out of my house, now!" I quickly ran back and jumped into bed, feeling sure Dad would come any minute and tell me to pack my bags. But 5 minutes later, I heard the front door slam shut and saw him leaving. I was certain stepmom would throw me out on the street, but to my surprise, she didn't. I kept thinking she'd take out all her anger on me, but she just started ignoring me, and I didn't mind that at all. For the next few years, everyone just let me be. Until one day in 9th grade, I was shocked when the cutest guy on earth, Ronald, came and sat next to me at lunch. "Hey, would you be interested in tutoring a dumb kid like me?" I was more than happy to. So I said yes. We started our sessions the next day, and Ronald turned out to be the sweetest guy. He never brought up my condition and treated me like a gentleman. One day, he suddenly took my hand and looked deep into my eyes. "Blessing, I don't know why people say these terrible things about you. You have to know, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met, inside and out." He held my chin, pulled my face close to his, and kissed my neck. Just as he kissed me on the lips, I heard that ugly Luna. "Weren't you gay?" "Who?" "Ronald, you said you were gay when I asked you out. And look at you now, kissing this ugly creature." "Don't call her that." "It's okay, babe. I'm used to her nasty words. Let her burn in her jealousy." And with that, I took his hand and started walking, making sure to push Luna as I left. "I'll make sure you regret this." That evening, I snuck Ronald in through my bedroom window to spend the night with me. Just as we'd snuggled on the couch, the door flung open and stepmom barged in, looking insane with fury. "Oh no, you can't see a man when I can't. You can't do that just because your husband left you." She grabbed Ronald by his t-shirt, practically spitting in his face. "And why are you with a freak like her? Do you have some kind of condition too? Couldn't find any other girl, huh? She's a great girl, and I like her so much." "Oh yeah? Prove it. Kiss her foot right now, and I'll leave you alone for good." "Back off, lady. Sorry, but I can't be a part of this drama. I'm out of here." And with that, he left looking angry and embarrassed. Stepmom gave me an evil smile as she walked out, and I screamed as I slammed the door hard behind her. That witch! Ronald didn't turn up for our tutoring session the next day, and when I saw him around campus, he completely avoided eye contact with me. I decided to give him some space. Luna looked extra happy these days, and I knew it was because she could see Ronald and I weren't together anymore. One day, I spotted them by the lockers, and the minute she saw me, she started touching and and hugging him. And even worse, he didn't seem to mind at all. I couldn't believe he'd do this to me. I went home in tears, only to hear a familiar voice as soon as I entered. It was Dad. I knew the only reason she'd call him back was because she was jealous that I had a man and she didn't. She was just that petty. The next day when I went to school, I was determined to punch both Ronald and Luna the moment I saw them. But as I was walking down the hall, someone suddenly pulled me by the arm and into the janitor's closet. It was Ronald. You horrible... Listen, I love you, okay? I thought maybe this relationship wouldn't work, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Luna's been all over me, but she is not who I want to be with. Please, give me another chance. He looked and sounded really sincere. So I decided to forgive him, and then he started kissing me gently on my neck. Oh, I missed him so much. We started dating secretly at first, but then I decided I didn't want to hide it anymore. Ronald, I'm strong and smart, and if you're ashamed of being with me, then I don't care to be with you. So you have to make a choice and decide what's more important, being in this relationship with me publicly or your reputation. The next day when I walked into school, Ronald came over to me and immediately took my hand. My heart soared with joy, and then I spotted Luna down the corridor staring right at us. I was expecting her to throw some horrible tantrum as she walked over to us, but what she said left me in shock. Congratulations, you two. I'm so happy for you. And Blessing, I'm really sorry for the way I treated you before. She squeezed my arm gently and walked away. This girl was definitely up to no good. One day when Ronald and I were hanging out in my room, we suddenly heard loud screams from downstairs. You're cheating on me again with a teenager? Yeah, but she behaves like an adult. She's a lot more mature than you are. I expected stepmom to throw him out again, but she didn't. She simply walked to her room, packed her bags, and left. And that's the last time I ever saw her. The next day at lunch, Luna suddenly stopped by our table and said, "Hey, I just wanted to say that I've finally come to accept your condition, and I'm not ashamed of you anymore." Excuse me? Yeah, I told your dad, I really want to be a good stepmom to you. I sat there with my mouth open as she walked away. The 18-year-old dad was dating was Luna? I ran home to confront Dad with Ronald right behind me. Have you completely lost it, Dad? Oh, don't be like your stepmom. Luna's older than you, and I'm still pretty young, so why not? Why are you the most selfish, useless dad in the whole world? You've never had a proper job. You've never stood up for me. And now you're just chasing one bimbo after another? I just got you an amazing new stepmom who accepts your condition. And you live in this house because of all the hard work I've done. You think putting up with that old witch was easy for me? Seemed fine to me. You just used her for her money and left her to treat me like dirt. Gosh, I really hate you. Of course, Luna was nothing more than a gold digger and was just getting Dad to buy her expensive stuff all the time. One time, when we were watching a movie, she just squeezed in between us and started touching Ronald. I slapped her. He deserves a real woman in his life. And you deserve to get your butt kicked right now. I want him, and I'm taking him from you. We'll see about that. And then I pulled Ronald and kissed his face off. She stormed out of the room angrily. I just did my best to ignore everything and focus on my studies. I needed a scholarship to go to college and leave this madhouse for good. The day that I was leaving, Dad came to see me off at the door, his eyes swollen.
I found out last night that she's been cheating on me. Maybe you shouldn't go. Blessing, I don't want to be alone.
Dad, you have to start acting like an adult already. And if you really care about her, you should try and win her back. You have to put up a fight for people you love. I still have to go, though. Good luck. Ronald and I moved away to the same college, and 4 years later, I was asked to give a speech at graduation. I spoke about my condition and how I'd never let it stop me from achieving my goals. The speech went viral, and since then, I've become a spokesperson for people suffering from vitiligo and other skin conditions. I've even been offered modeling contracts. Ronald and I have a beautiful baby girl now, and I will make sure she always knows she is perfect, just the way she is. Hi, my name is Arya, and I'm from a very small village in India. I was born on a dark, stormy night on Friday the 13th, which isn't a big deal except when your parents are crazy superstitious. Instead of letting out my first cry, I made some spit bubbles and giggled. This child is weird. Why isn't she crying? Look at her devilish smile. Once when I was 2, I was playing with my grandmother, and it was the first time I called out her name, Dottie. But it wasn't a celebration because the same day, she passed away. A few months later, when I learned to say my grandpa's name, Dada, he passed away too.
Oh my God, this is the beginning to an end. If she says another word, she might kill us all.
And the very same day, my uncles and aunts left the village with their entire families, and my parents just got weirder and crazier. I loved the color black, but they thought it was demonic, so they'd paint all my favorite black things pink. One time when I was 5, I rescued a cute black cat from the streets and brought her home. I named her Kali, but my parents went ballistic. Black cats are evil. They'll bring death upon us.
But he's my little meow meow. The only thing that could kill us is his cuteness.
They didn't listen to a word I said and threw Callie out of the house that night, and I was furious. I started screaming at the top of my lungs, and just then, there was a loud clap of thunder, followed by a loud bang. My parents looked out the window in horror to see an ancient sacred tree struck down by lightning. Mom turned as pale as paper, and Dad started praying to all 33 million gods.
We're sorry. Please, forgive us. We've been really, really bad.
Yes, we're going to bring your precious little Callie back right now. They immediately dashed out of the house and came back with Callie at 3 in the morning. The very next day, they woke me up at 5 in the morning and took me to see my aunt, who lived in a far-off village. When we got there, a woman dressed in black clothes came out. That's your aunt. Go hug her. She's just like you. I got off reluctantly, but before I'd even reached my aunt, Mom and Dad were gone. They just left me there. I was about to burst into tears, but my aunt gently took my hand. And when I went inside, my jaw dropped. The entire house was full of black ornaments and decorations. This place was heaven. You don't have to worry about anything, love. I'll take care of you from now on. For days, I thought my parents would come back for me, but they never did. And I didn't even mind because, unlike them, my aunt adored me. She was a tarot card reader, but she never taught me any of it. Instead, she put me in school. When I went to school on the first day, I was in for a surprise. It was an empty piece of land with cows and buffaloes grazing there. Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. I thought they had a building around here somewhere. Don't worry, I'll teach you at home. Well, she did teach me a couple of things, but none of them were useful. Once when I was 13, I was playing in a field with the neighborhood kids when suddenly one of them got bit by a snake. Everyone started screaming and running around in panic. Just then, a man came and decided to take him to the temple instead of the hospital. What are you, crazy? He needs to go to a doctor right now.
Are you out of your mind? God will heal him.
This was nuts, but I wasn't gonna back off that easily. I bit him hard on his hand and he started screaming.
This girl is crazy. She bit me. She bit me. I need to go to a doctor.
No, you don't. God will heal you. Let's take you to the temple. He immediately backed off and someone called the doctor and the boy's life was saved. But strange rumors about me spread through the entire village. And this stupid girl, Maya, she was the biggest gossip of them all.
She's evil. She can talk to snakes.
She's possessed. She tried to eat a man alive in front of my eyes. Oh yeah? Then you better stay away unless you want to get hurt. Well, it was fun scaring these silly kids away, but Maya wasn't one to be scared easily. She had this habit of picking on other people for no good reason. One time, when I was swimming in the lake by the jungle, she came along with her minions and grabbed all my clothes.
Let's see you transform into a snake now, Anaconda.
Hey, are you crazy? Give me my clothes back. But they just ran away with them. OMG, what was I gonna do now? Make a gown out of leaves? Well, it wasn't such a bad idea, but I was furious at Maya. I had to take my revenge. One day, I saw her making out with a guy behind a barn, and I just knew what I had to do. I picked a huge chunk of cow dung lying on the ground, made a ball out of it, and threw it at her. Ew, gross. Who did that? Come out this instant. The guy who was with her ran away with the speed of a bullet, but Maya looked raging mad. As I was tiptoeing away, I accidentally stepped on a thorn and screamed out loud. You witch! I knew it was you, you evil witch! You're so gone today! And do you think I'll spare you? Then she picked a chunk of cow dung and we broke out into a massive fight. But just as I was about to throw a huge chunk right in her face, she screamed, "No, not my face! I can't afford to get pimples! It's my wedding in 2 weeks!" What? Wedding? But she was just 14. For a second, I thought she was bluffing, but no, she was actually getting married. In fact, her parents were going crazy, boasting about her grand wedding all through the village. And Maya, she was getting all the attention she craved for. But this was crazy. She was just a kid. On the day of her engagement, my aunt took me to the party. When all the people left, I saw Maya crying all alone. Something was wrong. Maya, are you okay? Get off me, witch! I don't want your sympathy. It's bad enough I'm getting married without my will. Just go away. But you looked so happy, and you always tell everyone how excited you are. I lie, because I don't have an option. That's just how things are done here, okay? But a dummy like you would never understand. Go away, for God's sake. This was so wrong. Even though I didn't like her that much, there was no way I was gonna let it happen. I had to do something. So I decided I was gonna kidnap the groom and lock him up in a room. After all, it wasn't just about one girl. It was about all the young kids in the village and their future. On the night of the wedding ceremony, I snuck into the venue. But just then, I tripped over something and crashed into the pole, holding the weight of the entire tent. The tent came crashing down, and within seconds, everything caught fire. People started running around like crazy. And just then, Maya came out screaming. I thought she'd thank me for saving her life, but she attacked me instead. You ruined my wedding, you witch. I had been preparing it for weeks. What? Something was really wrong with my ears. Her thank you sounded more like, I'm gonna kill you, witch. Suddenly, a man came rushing in and said,
The crops, they're burning. The fire has spread to the fields. We're all ruined.
OMG, what was it now? All of this because of a stupid tripping incident? But instead of running to the crop fields, everyone looked at me in shock, and I knew that look too well. I was so doomed. I ran home to save my butt and locked all the doors and windows. Just then my aunt came running.
What's wrong? What happened?
Who's knocking like a mad dog on the door? No, don't open that! There were angry villagers chanting outside that they wanted to throw me out of the village this instant.
She's the devil. She put our crops on fire. We can't let her live with us anymore.
What? It was all a freaking mistake. Why were they acting this crazy? For the first time, I felt so bad and almost burst into tears. My aunt hugged me tight and said, Don't worry, my child. I got this. She went out and told the villagers that I had already fled from the village, but the villagers wouldn't believe her. They stayed outside my house day and night until they were sure that I'd actually left. My aunt kept me hidden inside the house for months until one day I heard that there was a serious illness spreading all through the nearby villages. Auntie, I'm so scared. What's gonna happen?
I have no idea, Arya, but no matter what, promise me you won't step outside of the house.
Well, I did as she asked, but then one day, she also fell seriously ill, and I had no choice but to leave the house to get her medicine. But as soon as the villagers saw me, their faces turned pale white. They were running away from me and screaming at the top of their lungs. She's back! She's back! The devil is back!
She's brought a new plague with her to kill us all this time!
What? Why were they all so freaking dumb? But I didn't care. I had something more important to do. I rushed to the hospital, but as soon as I got there, even the doctors looked at me in shock. What? Did they also think I was a freak? A doctor called me and asked why I had no red dots on my body like everyone else. Well, I bathe daily. I guess that's why. He looked at me confused, but then they conducted a whole lot of tests on me. I was all freaked out. Why were they doing all this? I wasn't some freaking alien. Moments later, the nurse came out and screamed,
You were right, sir.
She's the one. The one? What the one? It turned out they found the antibodies to the disease in my blood. Apparently, my blood was now the cure to the deadly disease that was spreading, and I could save everyone's life. When everyone recovered, the doctors told all the villagers that it was me who saved lives. Everyone looked shocked at first, but then they started screaming, "Goddess, goddess, she's a goddess. She saved our lives." People started coming to me with gifts and presents. It was all so crazy. For God's sake, what was wrong with these people? No, stop it, please. I'm no goddess, and neither am I the devil. I'm just a normal human being like you people. It was just a stroke of luck that my blood had the cure. For the first time, I felt the people were actually listening to me. If you really want to give me something, then please stop with these stupid superstitions and abolish all the age-old rules that are ruining our kids' lives and their futures. We don't need that. We need schools and facilities and better hospitals so that more lives can be saved. After that, there was a long silence, and I was all ready to sneak my butt out of that place in case they got mad at me again. But thankfully, they understood. After that, I left the village to go to school and study more about science and medicine, and I was appointed the new chief of the village.
Hi, I'm Mindy from the United States. Before we begin my tale, please like and subscribe. I always liked history and the secrets of the past. Even when I was a child, the stories of the Roman Empire and dinosaurs fascinated me. Needless to say, history was my favorite subject. But there was one thing that made history class a chore. My rival and headache, Timmy. Don't let his name fool you. He was a nightmare. You see, like me, he was obsessed with history and the stories of the past. So what was the problem? He was a total jerk, that's what. He always scored higher than me in history class, and he always had the most smug grin about it. Considering our similar interests, it didn't take long for us to form a lasting rivalry. It even extended to our time in high school.
Oh, so close, man. Did that question about the French Revolution stump you?
I would have had time to think it over if you didn't make those stupid faces when the teacher wasn't looking.
Not my fault that it makes you giggle.
I did not giggle.
Sure. Not like you could have beaten my score anyway.
And there it is, a perfect score. How the...
Better luck next time, Mindy.
God, I hate that smug grin. One of these days, I'm gonna wipe it off his face. Yeah, getting 2 straight 100s would restore my honor. But that never happened. Due to some family emergency, Timmy had to move abroad. I decided not to say goodbye. I turned away and let him leave me behind. At first, I celebrated. No more teasing, no more childish competition, and no more of his smug grin. But as the school year passed by, I had to admit it. I missed him a bit. There was no real challenge anymore. Eventually, I did start getting back-to-back perfect scores, but it wasn't the same. My parents were so proud of me. I was happy, don't get me wrong, but it was just so easy. It didn't feel like an accomplishment anymore. So, the years went by like a blur. I went to university and worked to get my archaeology degree. All the while, I volunteered as a museum tour guide. It was fun getting to teach people about my favorite subject, but something was always missing. But all that changed when I met Antonio one day after work, a tall, dark, and handsome older student working on his business administration degree. At first, I wasn't that interested, but he quickly impressed me with his knowledge of history. You also study archaeology?
No, but I do dabble. I'm more on the business side of archaeology. I like helping those more talented than me reach their full potential.
And you're saying I'm...
Yes, I'm saying you're talented and I want to work with you. What do you say? We can discuss details over coffee.
Well, all right. After my volunteering work, though.
Of course.
The day was set, and it was wonderful. After so many years, I finally found someone else who shares my passion for history. We spent hours talking, mostly about my job in the museum, something I was happy to talk about. For the next 2 months, my days were spent with Antonio. We studied, worked, and had fun together. We were a couple in all but name. For some reason, I was never able to take that step with him. But the next day, things would be different. I was going to ask him out. That plan, however, burned up while I was working at the museum and leading my current group. And here, we have what some would call the secret map to the Akashic Records. Legend says, if you can crack the code, you can find the record buried in some desert. It's believed the record details the written language of actual angels. But that's just a myth and doesn't...
Actually, it's believed the record is the written account of all events throughout time. You're thinking of something else, Mindy. You never were one for the stranger side of history.
That voice, it can't be. Tim?
Oh, you must have missed me if you're using my nickname.
No, I didn't. Shut up. I tried to deny it, but I had missed him. Even his familiar smug grin didn't cause me to groan. Wow, he really grew up. He almost looked hot. No, think of Antonio. I'm supposed to ask him out on a real date today. But that's when I noticed something. Timmy just corrected me in front of my tour group. That's not what the Akashic Records are about.
Really? Well, I'm sure it doesn't relate to the language of angels.
How would you know? Have you ever seen the records?
Have you? Admit it, Min. I got you beat once again, and I've only just come back.
Before we could get into one of our serious debates again, someone entered into the equation.
Are you okay, Mindy? Is this guy bothering you?
No, he...
Oh, you must be Antonio. Nice to meet you.
You know each other?
No, I don't think so. Do I know you?
Nah, but I know you. Upcoming businessman with a strong interest in history, archaeology, and people. Word gets around.
But I have never heard of you or your relation to Mindy.
I've been away for a long time.
Maybe you should have stayed away. Mindy clearly doesn't want you here.
Now wait a minute,
She should be the one to decide, don't you think?
I think she has. The question is if you will comply or will I have to call security?
Didn't know you owned the place, or are you getting to that?
Red lightning cracked between their gazes. My tour group was slowly backing away, and I was at a loss for words. What in the world was going on? My salvation came in the form of my boss, who quickly ended the tense confrontation. Timmy gave me a wink before leaving. Antonio stayed with me the rest of the day, which was sweet of him, but I couldn't get what happened out of my mind. I should be mad, but despite everything, a smile was slipping. Timmy was back, and it was like he never left. We easily picked up where we left off, bickering like an old married couple. Not that I want to marry him. He was still insufferable. So because of that, I completely forgot to ask Antonio out. Well, maybe next time. But the next time never came. Timmy showed up every day afterward. We would bicker and argue over historical facts. I actually remembered more facts correctly this time. It didn't wipe that grin off his face, but I couldn't bring myself to care that much. The fun ended every time Antonio came, and that's when the guilt crept in. I'd been putting off asking Antonio out, and I don't know why. I liked him, and I was quite sure he liked me too. Wasn't it wrong of me to be talking with Timmy so casually? For me to so easily fall back in step with another guy? It wasn't fair to Antonio, but it also wouldn't be fair to Timmy to ignore him. This cycle of guilt continued for almost a month until Antonio pulled me aside one day during work.
I think you should stay away from that Timmy guy. He might be looking to steal something from the museum.
What? This is Timmy we're talking about. He loves history. He would never...
Based on what you told me, he's obsessed. Worse still, you haven't seen him in years. He's not the same person you knew.
What Antonio didn't know was that Tim loved this stuff as much as me. If I wouldn't do it, then I'm sure he wouldn't. But the thought wouldn't leave my mind. It got worse when I started noticing things. I thought Timmy was here for me, but he did spend a lot of time just looking around. The problem was what he was looking at. Cameras, the guards, and especially the Akashic Records map? No, he wouldn't, right? He's not like that. But how well did I know Timmy? He'd been gone for years. Who knew what could have happened during that time? These thoughts haunted my nights, and they wouldn't go away. So I made a decision. If I couldn't sleep, I may as well stake out the place, like in the movies. If Timmy was innocent, I wouldn't see him there, and all I'd lose is sleep. But if I did find him, I had no idea what I'd do. So for the next few days, I kept watch of the museum at night, hoping and praying not to see Timmy. But my prayers weren't answered. A week in, I saw him, Timmy, picking the lock and entering the museum. My heart shattered. Timmy betrayed me? Me? Of all people, his rival? I couldn't let this stand. Thoughts of sleep faded away to thoughts of doing what I've always wanted to do, but never found a reason for. Punching Timmy in his stupid face. I carefully followed Timmy's trail through the dark museum. When the coast seemed to be clear, I picked up the pace and ran towards the room where the map was. And to my horror, it was gone. And standing not too far away was Timmy. I was too mad to think. I stormed over and punched him in the face, hard enough to knock him down.
Min?
Don't you ever call me that again! How could you? Stealing a historical artifact? Breaking and entering? Using me to get close to it?
I didn't steal it. Mindy, listen,
No, you listen! I was wrong to trust you. I don't know why I ever did. It's not like we were ever really friends. But I thought you at least understood me, that you loved history as much as me and would never do something like this. I couldn't stop my tears from falling from my face.
Mindy, I didn't steal it. Look at me. If I did, then where is it?
You must have hidden it when you heard my footsteps.
That big thing? Really, Min, you're smarter than that. Min, please trust me. You're the last person I would want to hurt. So believe me when I say I would never do something if it meant it would upset you.
For the first time, Timmy actually looked dead serious. For a second, I believed him, but if he didn't steal it, then...
I guess I have to deal with you both.
Timmy got in front of me to protect me from whoever spoke, but I instantly knew that voice. Antonio?
I'm sorry it had to come to this, Mindy. I really did enjoy your company.
I knew you were after the map. Didn't think you could bribe the guards to leave, though. I was surprised by how empty the place was.
Why, Antonio? All this time, it was Antonio who was using me. I was too focused on Timmy to realize.
Why? Because regardless of which one of you is right about the map, I'll be rich after I sell the records.
Money? Really? Typical.
That map and the record, if it exists, belong in a museum, not in the hands of some rich collector.
It's not up to you, I'm afraid.
Before he could reach into his pocket, Timmy tackled him with surprising speed. The two started to grapple, tear, and pummel one another as I stood frozen in my spot.
Run, Min! Call the police while I hold this guy off!
I listened, not because I wanted to, but because my instincts kicked in. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to be dragged into this big conspiracy. I just wanted to get my degree, find a job, find a husband, and live a normal life. Husband. My steps slowed to a crawl as I looked back at my time with Tim. Despite the frustrations, I also loved my time with him. And when he left, a hole was born. A hole I thought Antonio could fill. But instead, he was just an imposter. The person I wanted to ask out, the person who makes me smile, it's clear who it is. He's someone I couldn't bear to lose permanently. So I ran, this time to find something to save him with. Quickly, I found the first thing that looked like it could hurt Antonio. A spear believed to have been used by our ancient ancestors. I ran back to the two men and found Antonio standing over Tim, ready to end him.
Your father would be so disappointed in you.
With all my strength, I swung the blunt end of the weapon across his head. Thankfully, it knocked him out, but it also broke the spear.
Whoa, did you, Little Miss Historian, just break a historical artifact?
I'd do it again for you. I actually made Tim blush. I helped him up, but I didn't let go of his hand.
Min,
You don't have to say anything, okay? So what now?
We clean this place up, call the police, and find the map. I'm sure he didn't move away from the museum just yet.
So that's what we did. The map, thankfully, was recovered from a closet. Tim was right. Antonio didn't have time to properly move it. After that, we were congratulated by the city and the museum for our brave actions. We were even given $10,000 for our heroics. Antonio was sent to prison, and Tim joined me at the museum. But something tells me our adventures are far from done, if Tim's knowing smirk is anything to go by. Hi, I'm Tiffany from London, and I've got an outrageous story for you. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was raised by my grandmother when I was 3, and she was a famous actress who starred in a dozen action movies. On a typical day, she'd jump off a building, fight a bunch of ninjas on top of a speeding train, and one time, she fought 10 bad guys in midair with her bare hands and a rubber ducky.
You want a piece of me, punk?
Grandma was the coolest person in the world, and I wanted to be just like her. She loved teaching me martial arts moves, and on my 14th birthday, she let me go to one of her movie sets. I watched as Grandma rode a motorcycle through a window and into a pillow factory, but something went
horribly wrong. There was water on the floor, and Grandma's motorcycle spun out of control. Then she fell and hit her head. My heart raced. I ran onto the set and pushed past the crew to get to her. "Wake up, Grandma, please!" Moments later, Grandma opened her eyes, but what happened next rocked my world. Grandma didn't remember who she was. She was convinced she was a double agent from one of her action movies. She was so paranoid she punched the doctor in the face when he tried to examine her and chased me around the room with a broom. "It's me, Tiffany, your granddaughter, remember?" "You won't take me alive." Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, a social worker came to visit. She said that Grandma wasn't fit to raise me anymore, so I'd have to go live in an orphanage. I cried and begged the social worker to let me stay with Grandma, but she refused to listen. When I got to the orphanage, all the other kids were half my age. I always wanted a younger sibling, so it wasn't that bad at first.
Tiffany, help little Michael with his homework. Tiffany, come play dolls with me?
Then it got really old.
Tiffany, change baby Jake's diapers and wipe Sammy's nose. The twins made a mess. Go clean it up.
Every night I dreamed of getting adopted, but none of the parents were interested in me. So I gave up my hopes of ever having a real family. But one day, the craziest thing happened. The nuns took me and the rest of the orphans to the park. As usual, I was responsible for watching the kids as the nuns hung out sipping lattes. Then I saw a strange man lurking around the playground, and my spidey sense went haywire. The man grabbed little Sammy and darted down the street. I chased the strange man, yelled at him to stop, and threw a handful of sand in his face when the nuns tackled him and held him down until the police arrived. The police said that the strange man was wanted around the country for a dozen crimes. After that, my picture was in the paper, and everyone started calling me a hero. The next thing I knew, this rich couple named Mr. and Mrs. Wilson came to visit, and they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse.
We'd like to adopt you, but on one condition.
What is it? They showed me a picture of their daughter, a girl my age named Pearl.
Our daughter Pearl needs a sister to keep her company and to be a good influence.
They told me how Pearl was always getting into trouble and how she hung out with the wrong kids. In exchange for my services, the Wilsons promised they'd pay for my education. I'd get my own room in their mansion, and I'd get a weekly allowance. Cha-ching!
So, are you interested?
It was a total no-brainer. Duh, of course I'm in. When do I start? We shook on the deal, then I was off with the Wilsons on a private jet. When we arrived at their mansion, Pearl greeted us at the front door.
Pearl, this is your new sister, Tiffany.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. Don't touch me, you witch. Pearl shoved me and slammed the door in our faces.
Don't worry, she just needs some time to get used to the idea.
Everything will be fine, we promise. But instead, things got worse. Pearl gave me dirty looks every time she saw me. She put spiders in my bed, sprayed me in the face with a water hose, and left weird photos of me with my face crossed out all around the house. She even locked herself in her room and refused to eat. It's me or the charity case. Pearl's hunger strike didn't last long. Less than 10 minutes later, we caught a delivery guy falling out of a tree after attempting to deliver a pizza through Pearl's bedroom window. At school, Pearl acted like I was invisible. She hung out with these mean girls that smiled in her face and talked about her behind her back. I overheard them making fun of Pearl in the bathroom.
Pearl is so stupid and annoying. I can hardly stand her.
But look at these new shoes she bought me. That night, I tried to warn Pearl about the girls.
You don't know anything about my life. You're just a stupid, poor, motherless girl.
I know what it's like to be used. Those girls aren't your friends. Friends don't hang out with you just because you have money. But Pearl didn't listen. She started taking her friends on shopping sprees every day to make herself feel better. She maxed out her credit cards. Then Mr. Wilson found out and took all Pearl's credit cards away. But when Pearl told her friends she couldn't take them shopping anymore, they kicked her out of their group. They ignored her at school and stopped answering her texts. They even had a big party and didn't invite Pearl. I caught Pearl sitting in her room, crying in the dark.
My life is over. Just finish me off. I'm doomed.
Pearl threw herself on the floor and clutched her wallet like she was dying. Don't be so dramatic. You don't need money to have fun.
Liar! How dare you speak such nonsense?
I bet you'll have twice as much fun with me than you ever had with your snobby old rich friends.
I'll take that bet, and if I win, you have to do my homework for a month.
It's a deal. Pearl and I went skating at the park, played volleyball on the beach, swam in the ocean, and made TikTok videos of ourselves dancing on the pier. Pearl had the time of her life. On the way home, she even opened up to me. Thanks for being nice to me today. You didn't have to do this. I know my parents brought you here to replace me. If I were them, I'd probably trade me in for an upgrade too. That's not true.
Yes, it is. You're super smart and a real-life hero, but I've always been a disappointment. I'm not your replacement. Your parents love you with all their heart. They adopted me so you could have a sister. They just wanted to make you happy, and I'm glad they did because I think we could be good friends. After that, Pearl ditched her stupid, snobby, rich friends and started hanging out with me. The more I got to know Pearl, the more I realized that we had a lot in common. We loved watching MSA videos, dancing to K-pop music, and we totally loved rom-coms. I even took Pearl with me to visit Grandma. Most of the time, Grandma interrogated me about some secret package I knew nothing about. And when she didn't get the answer she wanted, she put me in a headlock and yelled at the doctor to take me back to my cell, but I could tell by the look in Grandma's eyes that she still loved me. Soon, Pearl and I were best friends. We were in all the same classes and joined the same clubs. We were together all the time until Dean came along. Dean was a bad boy. He wore sunglasses indoors, had a dozen tattoos, and was always in detention. I'm not exaggerating. He was there like every day. Pearl fell head over heels for Dean. Every time she saw him, she'd try to get his attention. She sat next to him in class, left love notes in his locker, and she even gave him a sculpture of the two of them kissing. But Dean just ignored her. Pearl got so desperate to spend time with Dean that she yelled at a teacher and threw an egg on the principal's car just so she could get 2 weeks of detention. Surprisingly, Pearl's plan worked. A couple of days later, Pearl swore they were in love. One time, Pearl and I were in the library working on a research paper when Dean walked up, sat next to Pearl, and they started making out right in front of me. Jeez, can you two get a room? They ignored me and kept kissing. I was so annoyed that I grabbed my stuff and stormed off. I quickly turned a corner and ran smack into a boy named Jack. We both lost our balance and fell to the floor.
Oops, I am so sorry. I'm such a klutz.
No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going. Jack took my hand. I looked into his eyes, and then the sparks flew. He smelled like heaven, and when he smiled, my heart melted. Jack wasn't the most popular kid around. Actually, he was a bit of a nerd. One time, he laughed and milk flew out of his nose, but I didn't care. He was funny, kind, and sweet.
Tiffany, I've been thinking that you might be my soulmate. With you at my side, I feel like I can do anything.
Like what?
Like climb a tall building, lift 1,000 pounds, and maybe fall in love.
Oh yeah, he's also totally romantic. Jack and I started going on double dates every night with Pearl and Dean. Things were going well until Mr. and Mrs. Wilson took a new case against a CEO of a huge company that had ties to a dangerous criminal enterprise. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson had to leave town for a few weeks to prepare for the trial, so Pearl and I had the mansion to ourselves. At first, it was pretty fun staying up late and inviting Jack and Dean over to play video games, but then things took a horrible turn. A couple of days after the announcement of the trial, Pearl, Dean, Jack, and I were walking home from school. Pearl stepped into the street and this car appeared out of nowhere and headed straight toward her. Watch out! I grabbed Pearl and yanked her out of the street, then the car raced away. Later that day, someone left a package in Pearl's locker. Ooh, look, someone got me a present. Pearl opened it and found 3 dead fish inside and a threatening note that said, "Tell your parents to drop the case or else." I started to get worried. Pearl was my sister. It was my job to look out for her, but things were getting out of hand. I felt like I was in over my head, so I decided to go visit Grandma. Grandma? Call me G. What do you need? I need to learn how to eliminate a threat. I told Grandma about my duty to protect Pearl and the danger she was in.
Don't wait for the threat to find you. Set a trap and lure it out. That way, you'll be prepared.
I thanked Grandma, said goodbye, and then I put my plan into action. First, I called the Wilsons, but they didn't answer their phones, so I left a message with their assistant. Then I talked to Pearl. We need to tell your parents about these threats. It's nothing. They're just stupid pranks. Are you kidding? This is serious. My parents don't have to know. We can handle it. Dean will protect me.
Yeah, Pearl's my girl. I won't let anyone hurt her. No one will ever get past me.
Dean started flexing his muscles, and Pearl just couldn't get enough. Then she and Dean hopped into her car and went to a nightclub like they didn't have a care in the world. I tagged along to keep Pearl safe, but it didn't help that everywhere I looked, I saw something suspicious. Like the bouncer that kept glaring at Pearl, the car that looked like it was following us, or the girl with the pink hair and the razor-sharp nails that appeared out of nowhere with a smirk on her face. I got more anxious by the minute. I wasn't sure Grandma's advice would work. There were way too many threats. There was no way I could protect Pearl from them all. I needed backup, so I texted Jack and he came to the rescue.
What are you doing here? I thought you didn't like nightclubs.
I'd rather be at home, but Pearl's in danger and I have to keep her safe. I told Jack about the deal I made with the Wilson and how I suspected someone was after Pearl. Then Jack came up with an amazing idea.
My parents have a cabin a few miles outside of town. We can hide Pearl there until her parents come back. The place is pretty secure, with cameras and plenty of food.
That's a great idea. Jack and I convinced Dean and Pearl to come out to the cabin. Surprisingly, they agreed. The cabin was pretty isolated, but with all the
the cameras around, it felt safe. Dean and Pearl thought it was a romantic vacation, but Jack and I were on full alert. Then Dean made us all an amazing cup of hot chocolate with whipped cream and sprinkles. I must have dozed off because I woke up to the strangest thing. I was tied to a chair, and so were Jack and Pearl. Dean was staring at us with a sinister grin. Dean, what are you doing?
Isn't it obvious? You're tied to a chair in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. You're my hostages, duh.
But why, Sugar Bear?
Shut up, Pearl. I'm not your sugar bear. I can hardly stand you. Mr. Stencil's my uncle.
Who's Mr. Stencil?
You really are dumber than you look. Mr. Stencil's the man that your stupid parents are trying to send to jail. He paid me to get close to you, steal files from your house, and kidnap you to force your parents to drop the charges. I think I'll ask your parents for $1 million too. Pretending to be your boyfriend was torture.
Pearl started to cry, and I got really mad. Don't you talk to my sister like that.
And what are you gonna do about it, loser?
Oh, I've already done it. You might as well give up because you've lost.
What are you talking about?
Come closer and I'll show you. Dean stepped closer. Then I headbutted him in the face.
My nose!
I used the Swiss Army knife I'd hidden in my back pocket to slice through the ropes. Then I raced to my cell phone and called the police.
You can't stop me, orphan girl.
Then Dean lunged at me. He wrestled me to the ground. I thought I was a goner. He was 10 times stronger than me. But then I remembered Grandma and everything she taught me. For Grandma! I kneed Dean in the stomach, poked him in the eye, and kicked him in the nose. He staggered back, grabbed a coffee mug, and hurled it at me. I caught it in the air and smashed it across his head. Then Dean fell down in a daze. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson and a dozen police officers showed up and hauled Dean off to jail. Pearl cried for days from a broken heart. Jack and I stayed by Pearl's side to help her recover. After eating several tubs of ice cream and watching a ton of MSA videos, she vowed to stop chasing bad boys. After all of the excitement, Jack started acting really weird. He kept staring at me like I had 3 heads. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something in my teeth?
No, it's just that I think you're amazing. How did you learn those moves? You looked like an action star.
Well, I guess you could say I had a great teacher.
Really?
I showed Jack one of my grandma's old movie posters, and he lost his mind.
Whoa, that's Grandma G? I love her.
You love her, huh? You're making me jealous. Jack blushed, then pulled me close.
Don't worry, Tiff. You're my hero, and my heart belongs to you.
I kicked Dad's car again and again. I hate them. I hate them so much. Ugh. They just love making me miserable. They make fun of me, they're mean to me, they think I'm not special. But I'll find out what makes me special one day. Everyone will love me, and they'll see. Hi, I'm Betty, and I hate my family. I'm the youngest child, and I have a mean older sister, Emily. My parents never wanted me, and they never failed to let me know that.
Ah, man. I told you we shouldn't have kept the baby. Just look at her. She's so ugly. I'm not taking that thing in my house.
That's what my dad said when I was born. And my mom replied, "Oh, shut up. Stop being so dramatic. She can be useful in the house." On my 10th birthday, I asked my mom why they don't celebrate my birthday like they do Emily's. "Oh, don't you know? We didn't plan for you, and we don't want you. Also, we look like a royal family, and just look at you. You look like a maid." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But she wasn't finished. "I think it's time you start earning your keep in this house. Starting tomorrow, you're doing all the house chores. Since you're old enough to ask for a birthday party, you're old enough to work." I knew I wasn't beautiful like Emily. I think I wasn't really beautiful at all, but something down in my soul told me that I'm special in some way. Not bragging, but I just knew it. I just had to find it. The next day, I was napping when my sister barged into my room and slammed the door. I woke up immediately feeling really startled. She stood by the door with a sneaky smile on her face. "Aw, poor baby. Are you scared? I'm so sorry I woke you up." I was so angry. I knew she wasn't sorry. She got a thrill out of making me miserable. She was always trying to embarrass me at school, too. One morning, while I was getting ready for school, she entered my room with a yellow sundress and threw it at me. "Here, you can wear this. It's too outdated for me now, but it's still better than anything you have." I knew immediately that she gave me that dress because she wanted to humiliate me. "Sure," I replied. So I changed some things about the dress to make it more fashionable, and then I paired it with black boots. When I walked into class, everyone was staring at me. I could tell they were impressed by my outfit and sense of fashion. I was so happy. After class, when Emily saw me in the hall, she looked shocked and horrified. "How dare you do that to my dress?" Ugh! With that, she stormed off angrily, and I felt even happier. One day, I saw Emily going through Mom's cupboard and walking away with a box. Of course, they wouldn't mind her taking anything she wanted, but a couple of days later, Mom barged into my room with Dad and Emily right behind her, accusing me of stealing her jewelry. I told her I didn't do it. Then I pointed at Emily. "Why don't you ask your precious daughter? I saw her taking it." Emily gave me an evil smile, and I started to feel suspicious. "Emily would never do that. I'm going to search your room, and if I find it, girl, you'll wish you were never born." What an irony. She searched my room and found the jewelry. I was dumbfounded. Emily must have planted it in my room. I just stood there, speechless. "You thief!" Emily was giggling, and Dad started screaming at me. No matter how many times I said I hadn't stolen it, he just wouldn't believe me. He told me I was grounded for 2 weeks with no phone and no lunch money. As if that wasn't bad enough, he said I had to clean the house from top to bottom. I looked at my dad with hatred. He pampered my mom and Emily, but treated me like dirt. I couldn't take it anymore, so I screamed at them. "I hate you! I hate you guys!" They looked shocked because I'd never stood up to them before. "Just you watch. I'll find what makes me special, and people will love me for it." I stormed out of the room and ran outside to my dad's car and kicked it. It felt good. A week after that, I was looking for my math assignment everywhere. I asked Emily if she had taken it, but she said no. Of course, I didn't trust her, so I waited till she went out with her friends, and then I sneaked into her room. I wasn't surprised when I found it under her bed next to her iPod. I decided to take that too. That's when I discovered my love for music. Whenever I was upset and wanted to escape my family, I would go into my room and listen to songs on the iPod. I would sing along and it would really calm me down. One day in the cafeteria, I was walking to a table when Emily suddenly threw something on the floor. Before I could stop myself, I had stepped on a banana peel and I slipped, with my lunch flying everywhere. I heard someone say, "What a clumsy fool." I was so embarrassed, I just ran out of there. After that day, I started eating in the school library all by myself. One day during lunch break, I was listening to music on my iPod as usual, and I started singing along when I heard a voice say, "Oh my, you have such an angelic voice." I turned around to see it was the school librarian, Mrs. Shepherd. She looked really impressed, but I didn't believe her. "Thank you, but I don't think there's anything special about my voice." She told me to sing it again, and this time, she recorded it on her phone. I'd never thought about that. She played it back and I heard the most beautiful tone. At that moment, I realized I'd discovered my gift. I was so ecstatic. I hugged her and said, "Thank you so much. I've wanted to have something special my whole life, and you've made me realize what it is." I rushed home to tell my family about my singing ability. They just stared at me for a moment and then burst out laughing. "What an attention seeker you are, Betty. Just stop making stuff up. You're never gonna be anyone special." After the jewelry incident, I hadn't been able to forgive Dad for not believing me and treating me badly, and he was just doing it again. I wanted to hurt him as much as he had hurt me. So I decided to call his company and accuse him of theft. Dad worked as an account manager for a business firm, and I wasn't exactly sure if he had stole from the company, but someone as horrible as him must be shady, and I wanted him investigated. At the end of my junior year, I was singing in my room when my sister screamed from her room, "Stop squawking like a bird!" I rolled my eyes and yelled, "You would know since you screech like one." Just then, there was a knock at our main door. I ran to open it and found 2 male cops standing there. One of them asked, "Is this the Blackwell residence?" Everyone was in the hall by now, and the cops walked straight over to Dad and said he was under arrest for embezzlement. The company he worked for had discovered that he had been moving their money to an offshore account. Before the cops left, they asked me how I knew my dad was stealing money. I told them I had my suspicions. My family couldn't believe what they were hearing. Dad started screaming at me. "You ungrateful girl! You called the cops on me! I hate you!" I can't believe you. I should have listened to your father when he said we shouldn't keep you. My sister could only scream and cry. I couldn't care less. After Dad was sentenced to jail, we became the talk of the town and everyone looked at us with contempt. Mom decided to move us to a small town where we could start afresh. I was so excited because I didn't really have friends in school because my sister had made everyone think I was a loser. The day we moved to our new house, my mom said, "Don't get yourself too excited, young lady. You'll have to fend for yourself now. Now that you've sent your dad away, I'm no longer responsible for you. You should be grateful I haven't disowned you." I rolled my eyes. I don't expect anything less. The next day, I started looking for a job, and I eventually found one in a small antique store as a salesperson. When I was walking back home, I heard someone singing, and I traced the voice to a guy in the park. He sounded beautiful. I sat next to him on the bench and started singing along. He seemed startled but didn't stop, and before I knew it, we'd gathered a crowd. Surprisingly, that became the beginning of my music career. After the performance, the guy introduced himself. "My name is Zach. You have a really nice voice. I've never drawn a big a crowd as you did today." I was so flattered I could only smile. That night, I went home with a skip in my step. Mom noticed my smiley face and asked if I'd gotten a job. I couldn't help spilling out the reason for my excitement, but Mom just rolled her eyes and Emily nastily said, "The townspeople must be deaf, and I'm sure this Zach guy is better than you. You're just jealous because I have talent, and you can't sing a note to save your life." She looked like she wanted to strike me dead, and that made my day. The next day, as I was working at the antique store, I started singing when I thought I was all alone. Just then, the owner came out of the back room. "You have a great singing voice. You should meet my son. He loves to sing too." I was surprised to hear that, but I said I would love to meet him. He called his son, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw Zach. We both laughed, then told his dad how we had already met once before. And every evening since that day, we would go to the park and sing. We started making good money, and the townspeople were so friendly and kind to me. Zach welcomed me into their home, and his family became my family. During my senior year at school, I decided to participate in the annual talent show. I was dressing up at home for my performance when my sister locked me in the room. I screamed and banged on the door. "Open this door right now!" She didn't reply. I kept banging on the door. "I will be late for the show, you moron! Give me money and I'll open the door." She was unbelievable. "You dumb fool! It's not my fault you're so spoiled you can't work to earn your own money." I became frustrated and threw my chair at the door. She wanted the money I'd been saving to go to college. I vowed I wouldn't ever share anything with her, even if we were the last two humans on Earth. I finally escaped through the window without injuries, and I made it to school just in time. I performed really well, and at the end of the show, an elegant, well-dressed woman walked up to me and said, "You have a great gift. The world needs to know about it." She gave me a card and told me she would love to offer me a music scholarship. Turned out, she was one of the directors at Juilliard and was invited by Zach's dad to watch my performance. It was such an amazing surprise. That day was joyous, and the whole town was thrilled for me. Well, everyone except my family, and I don't care about them. One day, someone knocked on our door and Mom opened it. "Ma'am, please hurry up. Your daughter got into a fight with 3 girls and they're hurt very badly." Mom ran really fast to the store where she saw everything was a mess, like a tornado had swept through. Maggie, where are you?" Just then, she saw 3 huge men holding a teenage girl kicking and screaming. They were trying to calm her down, but it wasn't working. But when the girl saw her mom, she ran to hug her. "Ma'am, she attacked 3 girls. I think they're her classmates. The girls were taken to the hospital. One of them is in serious condition." "Mom, don't listen to him. I'm your good girl." And the girl they were talking about is me. I hugged Mom again and held on to her as I pulled a switchblade out of my pocket, aimed it at a rice bag, and hit it at the perfect angle to tip it over. The bag fell on the man's head, and he collapsed. Mom turned around as he fell to the ground. "Oh dear, that poor man." "Don't worry, Mom. He just got tired from standing up all day." Then Mom gave me the strangest look. "Who are you, young lady?" "I'm your only child. Your husband went missing, and you have no one. It's only me. Don't worry if you're not understanding what's going on. I'll explain it to you later. Let's pray those girls are dead by now." No. The girls are dead? No, not dead. I meant bed. I hope they're in bed by now, resting. They're fine, I swear. Then Mom burst into tears. I tried everything to calm her down, but she wouldn't stop crying. I slipped the big security guard a $100 bill and asked if he could give us a ride home. We walked out of the store, and then I realized we were surrounded by the bad guys. Yep, this mission was a disaster. I'm Maggie, and let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Before I met Mom, I lived in an orphanage in a small town. I was pretty quiet and kept to myself, but I loved playing in the sandbox. I could build anything if I saw a picture of it first. I built sand castles, sand rockets, sand airplanes, and I even sculpted my favorite teacher. My sand sculptures were so cool, they got lots of attention. The newspaper even came to take my picture once. One day when I was 9, I'd been making a complicated new sandcastle for hours when 3 of the biggest bullies walked up to me. "Your stupid sandcastle is in my way, weirdo. Move it or else."
There's plenty of room and I can't move it, dummy. Plus, I was here first.
The bully got really mad, then he and his friends smashed my sandcastle to pieces. "Tell anyone and we'll smash your face too." I cried like a baby, and I even told the nuns in the orphanage, but the bullies just denied it. That night, I watched a martial arts movie about a man that fought a dozen bad guys and beat them to a pulp. The next morning, as I was building another castle, the bullies came up to me and tried to push me around, but then I thought about the martial arts movie, and I suddenly started kicking and punching like a ninja. I gave 2 of the bullies a black eye and punched the big one in the nose. They ran off crying to the nuns.
She's a maniac. She's out of control.
The nuns didn't even listen to my side of the story and grounded me for a month. I was so angry I could scream. Then the best thing happened. This strange couple, we'll call them Mr. and Mrs. X, adopted me. They flew me to America on a private jet and moved me into a huge mansion. But when I walked through the doors, I learned that Mr. and Mrs. X had adopted another girl my age named Grace. And that wasn't even the craziest part. During the day, Mr. and Mrs. X worked as executives at a huge security company to pay the bills. But at night, they were vigilantes fighting for justice. Grace and I started training for the secret family business on our very first day. Grace also had a special set of skills like me. Before she met Mr. and Mrs. X, she lived with a magician, so she knew a ton of magic tricks, and she could appear and disappear with the snap of a finger. Yeah, it was kind of creepy. Mr. and Mrs. X played us a couple scenes from a boxing movie on TV, then threw us into a boxing ring. I didn't want to hurt Grace. She seemed really sweet. Do we have to fight each other?
Whoever wins gets $500.
And the biggest room. The next thing I knew, Grace's fist came flying at my face, and I landed flat on my back.
Hey, that's cheating. I wasn't ready. Too bad, loser. Are you gonna cry or get up and fight?
Then Grace kicked me. I jumped to my feet and we fought like a couple of wild dogs. I used my ninja skills to pin her to the ground. After that, Grace and I spent our days learning new skills, like picking locks, driving getaway cars, and swinging from tall buildings. By the time we were 15, every night, Mr. and Mrs. X took us out on missions where we beat up criminals, tied them up, and dropped them off in front of the police station. Mr. X was really nice, and even when we weren't fighting crime, he loved spending time with me. But I always felt like I wasn't Mrs. X's favorite. Whenever I tried to talk to Mrs. X, she'd get bored and start asking about Grace. Mrs. X and Grace even left the house late at night to go on special training missions and refused to let me join them.
Sorry, Maggie. There's only room for 2.
I felt so left out, and it made me pretty sad. But then, I met my best friend Asher. He lived in the house next door, and he always made me smile. We'd play video games, watch MSA videos, and build model airplanes. One time, Asher almost figured out my secret.
Why is your watch beeping like that?
Maggot, we need you ASAP. The bad guys are— Ah!
Was that Grace? Is she okay?
Oh, that's nothing. It's just a little game we play sometimes. Actually, I have to go. See ya! I really liked Asher. He was a great friend, but I felt so guilty lying to him all the time. Grace knew I had a crush on Asher, so she loved torturing him. Once he came over to visit me, and she pretended to be sick. Oh no, I don't feel so good. Asher ran over to help her.
What's wrong? Is there anything I can do?
Then she pulled out a water gun, sprayed him in the face, and then shoved him out the door. Sucker! Grace hung out with the popular kids who she'd turned into her little minions. She loved to brag about how she had more friends, more boyfriends, and better clothes than me. But when Grace and I were in high school, things took a turn. Mr. and Mrs. X lost their jobs at the security company, and money got really tight. Then one night, I caught Mrs. X and Grace stealing a bag of money from a crew of bank robbers instead of turning the money into the police. A couple hours later, reports of the missing money were all over the news. I told Mr. X what Grace and Mrs. X did, and it caused the biggest fight.
We're the good guys. You have to give that money back.
They'll never know it was us.
Plus, I need new shoes. My disguise is too small, and our gadgets are way too old.
But stealing is wrong.
So is your stupid face.
If you don't give it back, then I will.
Mrs. X promised to give back the money, but the next morning, I woke up to a crashing sound. Then the police stormed through the doors. Mrs. X was gone, and she'd taken all the criminals' money and cleaned out all our bank accounts. The police told us that Mrs. X had been stealing from criminals and banks across the city for years and had framed Mr. X for the crimes. Mr. X and I were shocked and heartbroken, but I could tell Grace already knew. Of course she did. Later, I tried to talk to Grace. I know you were in on it. You and Mrs. X were so close, and you lied about your secret missions. Why did you two do this?
Because we wanted a great life for ourselves away from you two. We had bigger ambitions, and now it's all ruined and I'm stuck with you. But I know she'll come back for me because she loves me. She never cared much for you.
But so much time passed, and Mrs. X never came back or responded to any of our attempts to reach her, and Grace grew bitter and angrier by the day. Asher and I tried to cheer her up. One morning, we made her favorite chocolate waffles. Look, Grace, we made your favorite breakfast.
Are you and your idiot friend trying to poison me, you backstabbing jerk?
Grace threw a waffle at me and dumped orange juice on Asher's head. My eyes! Then Grace tried to drown me with syrup. Dad rushed in to break it up. Luckily, Asher wasn't hurt too bad, and Grace was grounded for a month. When Grace and I turned 17, Mr. X fell in love with a rich woman named Miss Cherry. Now, when I say rich, I mean really rich. Like she owned 3 mansions, donated millions of dollars to charities, and even had a hospital named after her. And Grace hated Miss Cherry. She slammed doors in her face, gave her dirty looks, and refused to talk to her. I thought Miss Cherry was really nice though. Even though she was so wealthy, she was sweet and down to earth. We spent hours talking, and she loved helping me with my homework, and she even taught me how to play the piano. For the first time, I felt like I really had a mom. Soon, Miss Cherry and Mr. X got married. Mr. X was called away for a job interview out of the city, and while he was gone for a few days, Grace started acting really weird. She'd sneak out of the house late at night, and when I asked her where she was going, she'd snap at me.
Mind your own business, loser.
One night, Miss Cherry was cooking, and she accidentally spilled a cup of water. Then she slipped on the water and hit her head hard on the floor. I ran over to help her up, and thankfully, she was conscious soon. But then she started to panic because she didn't even know where she was or who I was. Heck, she didn't even remember her own name. I told her I was Maggie and I was her daughter. I told her to rest while I got her medicine for her throbbing head from the store. As I entered the store, I got an alert on my phone. It was a message from Mr. X.
Maggie, listen, I don't have much time. Miss Cherry is in danger. Mrs. X and Grace are going to try to steal all her money. You have to protect her.
The video cut off, and just then, I turned to see Grace and her minions behind me.
It's over, Maggie. You're outnumbered. Fighting is futile. Mrs. X and I will get Miss Cherry and all her money.
You'll have to get through me first. Grace and her minions charged at me, holding breadsticks like swords. We fought in all the aisles, knocking over a dozen displays, and food flew everywhere. By the time we were finished, the grocery store was destroyed. 2 burly security guards grabbed me and pulled me off Grace and her friends. Then out of nowhere, Miss Cherry appeared. Maggie! Maggie, where are you? So, this brings us back to the beginning. Miss Cherry took one look at me and the mess and got really confused and then upset, and I was trying to take her home, but now we were surrounded by the bad guys, Grace and her evil minions. Yeah, she'd called in backup, and there were more of them now. Grace had a big bruise on her forehead, her hair was all messed up, and she looked like a crazy lunatic. Miss Cherry, took one look at the girls and started yelling at me. Maggie, you terrible girl! Look at what you've done! Apologize at once! Then the big security guard pulled off his mask, and it was Mrs. X in disguise. Give us Miss Cherry. We just need to take her for a few hours, have her sign over her wealth to us, and then we'll return her to you to live together happily ever after. There was no way I was going to hand poor Miss Cherry to Mrs. X and Grace, so there was only one thing I could do. Run! I jumped in the air, flipped over their heads, and grabbed a bunch of apple pies off a food cart. One by one at supersonic speed, I hit Grace, Mrs. X, and the minions in the face. They fell down in a daze, and I grabbed Miss Cherry, pulled her into a random car, and drove her straight home. We were almost home when I saw Mrs. X and Grace on my tail in a huge moving van. We had a high-speed chase through the streets. I turned a corner and swerved toward my house and almost hit Asher. Mrs. X and Grace came barreling down the road. I grabbed Asher and Miss Cherry, ran inside the house, and barricaded the doors. Miss Cherry sat down on the couch and took a nap.
What's going on? When did you learn to drive?
Before I could explain, Mrs. X and Grace jumped through the window. Surrender, you big loser! We won! Asher got so scared he dropped his milkshake on the floor. Grace lunged at me, slipped on Asher's milkshake, and lost her balance. I grabbed her, shoved her into a closet, and locked the door. Then Mrs. X grabbed Asher.
Give me the old lady, or your little friend here is toast.
Asher screamed like a banshee and fainted in Mrs. X's arms. Then Miss Cherry appeared out of nowhere. She hit Mrs. X in the head with a vase and knocked her out.
Look, I stopped the bad woman. I'm hungry. Who wants ice cream?
Mr. X and the police arrived later and took Grace and Mrs. X off to jail. Mr. X had been captured by one of Mrs. X's associates and tied to a tree on the side of the road, but he cut his way out and ran all the way home. Asher didn't speak to me for weeks after the incident, but I convinced him to meet me on the roof at school.
I can't believe you lied to me all these years.
I wanted to protect you. I'd never be able to forgive myself if I ever put you in danger. You're my best friend, and so much more.
What do you mean, more?
A lot more. I like you, dummy. Asher leaned in for a kiss. I couldn't help but giggle. I was so nervous.
What's so funny?
I've never kissed a boy before.
I've never met a real-life vigilante.
Then this should be fun. Put on this mask and hold on tight. I'm taking you for a ride. It was almost midnight as my cousin Anastasia and I dragged a huge box across the park behind our house. Shh, you're making too much noise. Someone will spot us. This is so heavy, and I'm trying to hold in a fart. Look, why don't we just tell the truth? The truth is no good. The truth sets you free. No, lying is better, you moron. I thought I was supposed to be the pretty one, and you were the smart one. Now hand me the shovel. Anastasia and I dug a hole, took one last look inside the box, and then threw it in. Sorry it had to end this way, buddy. Then we turned around and saw Aunt Lisa standing behind us. We'd been caught red-handed. Hold up. Did you guys actually think we killed somebody and buried a body? We're just kids, jeez. Here we've just buried a $1,200 doll belonging to Aunt. And now she's found out her precious baby is eating dust. Aunt screamed, cried, and vowed to punish us both. I wasn't too worried. What more could she do to me anyway? Hey guys, I'm Victory from LA. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom named me Joy at birth, but when I was 5, my parents got divorced and Dad won full custody. He changed my name to Victory because he won and all. Life with Dad was perfect. He ran a successful business, and we lived in a super-sized mansion. I loved singing, so when I turned 10, Dad got me into professional classes. By 13, I was winning every major talent show in town. But soon after my 18th birthday, everything changed. Dad was accused of selling company secrets to a rival firm. After his case went to trial, all our accounts were sealed. Dad decided to send me to his sister in New York. I don't want to leave. I can get a job and help you out.
No, honey. You'll stay with Lisa till the trial is over. It'll be great, trust me. She even has a daughter your age.
And just like that, I was on a plane to New York. Aunt had her own fashion line and lived in a huge mansion. I was waiting for her in the lobby when suddenly a girl rollerbladed her way into a huge statue. Oh my God, are you okay? Yeah, this isn't my first time. You're my cousin, right? I didn't know you had an identical twin. Why, hello, my cousin's sister. Who are you talking to? Are you sure you're okay? Just then, a glamorous-looking woman I knew as Aunt Lisa from photos walked in.
Don't worry, she's okay. The doctors say she has an unusually small brain. You'll get used to it. You must be Victory. Welcome to our humble abode.
I welcome you to our abode, which is the humblest.
You must be tired. Why don't we eat something?
Tired you must be. Why don't something be eaten?
Stop repeating what I'm saying.
I'm not. I'm welcoming my cousin. So excited to have you here, Hickory.
It's Victory.
Yeah, what did I say?
Hickory!
Yeah, I get it. Your name's Hickory? It sounds the same in a normal tone, too. I'm not deaf.
The rest of dinner was just as crazy. Anastasia kept dropping her food everywhere, drank soup straight from the bowl, then chased the waiter with a fork because her souffle was deflated. After we were done, Aunt showed me to my room, which was smaller than the closet I had back in LA. I know it's not what you're used to, honey, but all the other rooms are pest-infested.
Yeah, it's bad. You can share my room, but I have this really weird butt allergy, so I might ask you to scratch me at night. I could do it myself too, but there's something amazing when someone scratches it for you. You know what I mean?
This room is just fine, and thank you for being so accommodating. Don't thank me just yet. You'll have to earn your stay here. Good night. I wasn't sure what she meant by that, but the next day, it became clear. Aunt said she was really short-staffed, so I had to help with chores. I was stuck making tea, cooking breakfast, doing the laundry, and cleaning her weird collectible dolls. She had a whole room for them, far bigger than the rat hole I was staying in. Not a speck of dust on my babies. These are very expensive. She won't hurt you, my darling. Oh, no, she won't. After that 3-hour exercise, I was sent off to get groceries. But just as I was checking out at the supermarket counter, I lost control of my cart and it rolled straight into a guy standing ahead of me. I'm so sorry. It's like this cart has a mind of its own. Then I'm lucky it thought of crashing into me. Get it? It was a pun.
That's how you talk to every girl you meet?
Nope. Only the ones who crash their shopping carts into me. I'm Trip. Trip helped me with the groceries and asked me out for coffee. We got talking and exchanged numbers. Later, Trip offered to drop me home, but when he saw where I lived, his mouth fell open. You're staying with Anastasia? Good luck. I was their neighbor and she had the biggest crush on me. She walked up to my doorstep one day in a wedding gown, saying I had to marry her. We were 10. She kept stalking me till we finally moved a few years back. She'll drive you crazy. And sure enough, the entire next week, Aunt was busy with her work, and Anastasia made my life hell. She'd recently started a vlog on YouTube and kept asking me to try the weirdest things.
Jump off this wall and tell me how high it is. Try these snail skin cookies. The last ones I ate tasted like feet.
One night when my aunt was away, Anastasia dragged me into Aunt's doll room, saying she was sure they came alive at night, and we had to film it. Okay, I'm leaving, 'cause you're insane.
If I had a penny for every time I heard someone say that, I'd be a penillionaire. Don't be a scaredy cat, I'll protect you.
Just then, a spider landed on Anastasia's head, and she screamed, tripped, and hit a shelf, knocking over a doll. Yeah, that same one we were burying in the start. Anyway, right after we were caught, Anastasia tripped again and hurt her ankle. She got no punishment, while Aunt made me her personal maid.
Help me to the bathroom. Fluff my pillows too. Pass my phone, my earplugs, and my eye mask. I need tea, but not too hot and not too cold. And close the door. Wait, keep it open. No, close it. No!
Shut up before I superglue your mouth, you brat! Trip was right about you. You're crazy.
Trip? Where did you meet him? Whatever you do, do not talk to Trip. He's awful.
Oh, and you aren't? You don't even say please before throwing orders in my face. Please help me up. Please fluff my pillow. Please close the door. It's a simple word.
Fine. Please stay away from Trip.
No. I slammed the door and walked away. I really needed to get out of this house, so I called up Trip. We hung out at this cute hot dog place, and I found myself opening up to him about my dad and why I'd landed in New York with my awful aunt and cousin. That sounds tough. My parents can be strict too, but they're nothing like your aunt. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. Trip smiled at me before gently squeezing my hand, and my heart leapt right out of my chest. After that day, Trip became my confidant. He was nice, cute, a great listener, and when he asked me out, I said yes.
Soon I started school, and on my first day, I got invited to this really cool party, and I asked Trip to go with me. We were sitting outside in the garden when Trip left to get us some drinks. Just then, I heard someone from the bushes.
Psst, psst, Victory!
Anastasia? What are you doing here?
I thought I asked you to stay away from Trip.
And I thought I asked you to butt out. You're just jealous, aren't you? Anastasia jumped out of the bushes and was about to say something when Trip returned.
Oh, hey, Trip! Long time no see!
And I'd like to keep it that way. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're interrupting my date.
Trip pulled me in and kissed me. Anastasia got mad, snatched the drink from my hand, and dumped it on Trip's head before walking away. This girl was such a nuisance. When I got home, I went straight to Anastasia's room to tell her off, but I stopped when I heard her and Aunt talking. Why did I get a call from Trip's dad saying you threw soda at him? Don't you know his dad is investing in my business?
Trip's dating Victory, Mom!
I don't care. He wants to date my niece? Great. That means our business relations will be even better. Everything will be fine as long as you stay away from that boy. You've messed up enough for one lifetime.
It was an accident. Why do you keep bringing it up? And I'd rather eat my own limb than let them date.
And with that, Anastasia started biting her own arm. She really was crazy. And what accident was she talking about? Just then, I got a phone call from Dad and left. He told me that we were running out of money, and he might not have enough to continue paying the lawyer. He'd lose the case and go to jail for a long time. I forgot about everything and focused on finding a part-time job. Finally, I applied for a singer's position at a local cafe. They called me in for an audition and hired me on the spot. I was really excited and called Trip for my first show, but he wasn't impressed.
I don't understand why you can't take money from me. You're my girlfriend now.
That's really sweet of you, but I like singing and I really want you to be supportive.
Of course, babe. It's just weird to see so many people in the crowd staring at you. Only I should stare at your pretty face.
That was an odd statement. But just then, my manager called me and I forgot about it. But over the next few days, I noticed that Trip was being really possessive. He would call me all the time. If I didn't answer, he would just drop in unannounced at the cafe and demand me to take a break. One day after my performance, this random guy from the crowd was talking to me when suddenly, Trip grabbed him by the collar and punched his face. He punched Trip back, and they got into a fight, breaking a bunch of things, and I got fired. I was furious at Trip as I walked out of the cafe.
Victory, please wait.
What is the matter with you?
I'm your boyfriend. Am I supposed to enjoy guys flirting with you and giving you compliments?
He was asking me where the bathroom was. And so what if someone gives me a compliment? Why are you being so weird?
Because I know the guys only come to see your pretty face. That's why the cafe hired you. It's not because you're talented or something. You sound like Britney Spears with a really bad cold. You're not working anywhere anymore. Not until I say so.
Too bad I don't give a rat's butt about what you say anymore, because we are done.
Don't be ridiculous. Okay, you go home and sleep. I know you'll feel differently in the morning, babe.
Hear me loud and clear, you psycho. We are never, ever, ever getting back together. Like ever. And with that, I pushed him aside and stormed off. I had to start looking for another job, but I soon discovered that any place I applied to had already been told not to hire me by Trip. I was furious and called him up. Stop telling people that I have a contagious disease that makes me fart and poop nonstop.
You messed with the wrong guy. My family is really powerful, and I will make sure no one hires you ever again. And if word gets around, no one's gonna date you either. Ha! Killing 2 turtles with 1 stone.
It's birds, you moron!
Killing 2 turtles with 1 bird? That doesn't make any sense.
It would if you'd ever read a book. I was really worried the next few days, and Anastasia noticed it. When she asked me about it, I couldn't help bursting into tears and telling her everything about my money problems and issues with Trip. I told you he's trouble, but I'm glad you broke up with him. Of course you are. I heard you tell Aunt that you don't want us to date. So congratulations, he's all yours. That's not the reason. Okay, there's something you should know. Anastasia told me that Trip used to be her neighbor, and the two of them grew up liking each other. But then one day, he just stopped talking to her.
I sneaked through his bedroom window one night just to talk, but he wasn't around. His laptop was open though, and I saw all these lovey-dovey chats with another girl. That's when I decided I was through with that jerkosaurus. But just as I was leaving, my clumsy butt knocked over a candle, the curtains caught fire, and before I knew it, the whole house was burning. So I panicked and just ran.
Hold on. You burnt his house and fled the scene? That's a crime.
What a newsflash! Anyway, the house was destroyed and Tripp and his family moved out. I felt so guilty, I told Mom about it, and she told me to never breathe a word to anyone. I never thought I'd see Tripp again, till you guys started dating. Now, every time I see him, I'm reminded of what I did, and my head starts spinning, my throat dries up.
Okay, I get it. You were paranoid, and that's why you asked me to stay away from him.
Pretty much, but also because he's a jerk.
Can't say you didn't warn me, but I was just too blind.
Nothing some MSA and popcorn can't cure. Let's watch it on TikTok.
Are you crazy? TikTok is for thieves. YouTube is for the original content. I want to support my lovely channel and watch it only on YouTube. Anastasia and I had the best time that night, and the next morning, I woke up feeling lighter than ever. That was until the police turned up during breakfast, along with Tripp. There she is, the maniac who burned down my house.
What? You told him, Victory?
Nope. I paid one of your servants to bug Victory's room, and I heard your conversation last night.
What?
Oh, Tripp, you've got it all wrong. Anastasia would never say she burnt down your house. She must have been telling Victory about how to hunt down a mouse. A silly mistake. I've got the recording right here, lady, and you're an accomplice for covering it up. My parents blamed me for that fire, since it was my room, and cut my allowance for 2 years. In fact, I'm gonna say it was an attempted murder.
No one was even inside the house.
I could have been inside, and knowing how crazy you are, that might have been your original plan.
Now you're just putting ideas in my head.
Anastasia jumped on Tripp, pinning him to the ground. He fought her blows as the police pulled her off and handcuffed both her and Aunt. Tripp, please, there must be another way. You know my daughter is harmless. Stupid, yes, but harmless. I can't go to prison. Who will look after my precious babies? The police took the two away. Of course, Tripp's parents immediately withdrew all their investment in Aunt's business, and she was pretty broke after buying those stupid collectibles. I had no choice but to use the money I'd been saving for Dad to post their bail. And while I was at the police station, I filed a restraining order against Tripp, too. Oh, thank you, Victory. You really came through for us. The lawyer says there's no real case against Anastasia since she was only a minor at the time, and he's hopeful I won't get more than 3 months jail time. You'll keep my dolls clean and hug them every night, right? They can rot for all I care. I'm going home. You're just going to leave me in my time of need? You were awful to me when I really needed a family. That's because your dad was always my parents' favorite kid, and I was always sidelined. I hated how I was treated growing up, and I guess I just took it out on you.
Mom, you are the stupidest woman I've ever met. You told me we had to hate Victory just because you were still hung up on something that happened 5 decades ago?
I'm not 60, you dummy.
You're the dummy. You play with dolls and love them more than your own daughter. Well, I'm leaving with Victory, and by the way, I broke another one of those stupid things. Feel free to pick up the pieces.
Anastasia and I started packing up our things and had just enough money for 2 tickets. But just as we were leaving for the airport, I got a call from Dad. Honey, I won the case. I won it. My name is cleared. Everything is gonna be fine now, and I can't wait to see you. Just come home as fast as you can.
Dad, that's the best news in the world, and I'm already on my way, with some extra baggage.
Hi, I'm Aphrodite, and my face almost ruined my life. But before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents named me after the Greek goddess of beauty because my emerald eyes and wavy golden hair got so much attention. Wow, that baby's gorgeous. When I was 7, me and my parents were out for a walk when this movie producer stopped his car in the middle of the street, jumped out, and ran up to us.
Your daughter's a vision. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. She's perfect for my movie.
My parents were all too eager to sign me up, and we started filming the next day. But I'd always been shy and quiet, and before shooting started, I hid in my trailer.
I'm scared, Mommy.
You can do this, honey. We believe in you.
The movie ended up being a hit. After that, I landed a dozen more movie roles and a modeling contract. The money was rolling in. We moved into a huge mansion near the beach. My parents quit their jobs to manage me full-time, and they hired a tutor so I could be homeschooled. Life was a beautiful dream come true. That is, until the day after my 10th birthday, when Mom caught Dad kissing our maid. Mom threw Dad out of the house, burned all his clothes, and used a picture of his face as a dartboard. They went through an ugly divorce, and the ultimate prize was me. Mom fought Dad for custody and won. Then Dad moved away. It broke my heart to see him go. Life wasn't easy with Mom. She grew obsessed with money. She booked me for every job just to get a paycheck, and it got really exhausting.
Get up, honey. No time for sleep. You're filming a movie in Timbuktu. Plus, you're the face of this new clothing line, this orange lipstick, and these magic beans.
When I was 15, Mom set up a huge deal for me to star in a movie about a high school girl. But when I had a meeting with the director, he tossed me a script, asked me to read a few lines, then he told me that I was absolutely terrible. He ripped up the deal and threw us out. Mom was livid, and I was sad I'd let her down. I'm sorry, Mom. I tried my best. Mom refused to take no for an answer and convinced the director to give me another chance.
The deal is still on the table. I convinced the director to let you audition again in 3 months. I've enrolled you in a local high school so you can get some practice being a high school girl.
But I am a high school girl. You know what I mean. It's research for the part. You start tomorrow. Mom skipped out of the room and shut the door. My mind raced. I'd been homeschooled for most of my life. I'd never been around kids my age. What if they didn't like me? What if I didn't fit in? I spent hours tossing and turning that night, unable to sleep. The next morning, as we drove to school, I begged Mom to reconsider. But of course, she didn't. Instead, she shoved me out of the car, waved goodbye, and sped away. The moment I stepped on campus, I noticed kids whispering and pointing at me. It didn't help that there was a huge billboard with my face on a stupid can of magic beans across the street. I tried to talk to a few kids, but the girls gave me dirty looks, and the boys were weird. Half of them stared at me and drooled, while the other half, well,
You're hot. Wanna be my girl? I lost my phone number. Can I have yours?
Then this crazy girl ran up to me.
It's you. I can't believe it. I'm Leah, your biggest fan. You're even prettier in person. Can we be friends? Please, please, please?
I didn't know what to say. Leah kept staring at me as she waited for an answer. I guess. Leah gave me a tour of the school. She spilled all the tea about my teachers and my classmates. She protected me from the mean girls and the creepy boys.
Out of the way, precious cargo coming through. What are you staring at, jerk?
Soon, Leah and I were the best of friends. One time, Leah took me to this cool cafe across town, and this gorgeous boy named Tyler stepped on stage with a guitar. He started singing, and the crowd went silent. He had the most beautiful voice I'd ever heard. As he was singing, I swear he was looking right at me. My heart melted. I'd never felt this way about a boy. He stepped off stage and walked right up to me and handed me his number. We talked for hours. He took me to the beach the next day. Tyler and I had so much in common. He'd spent his childhood traveling from city to city trying to make it as a singer, and his mom was as pushy as mine.
Sometimes, all this pressure is so overwhelming. I just want to crawl into a hole.
I totally get it.
Jeez, I feel silly complaining so much. I'm sure you've got it 10 times worse. I'm not half as talented as you.
Then Tyler, not just any kiss, an earth-shattering, mind-blowing, once-in-a-lifetime, straight out of a romantic movie kiss. And at that moment, I fell in love. Soon, Tyler and I were a couple, and we spent all of our time together. Tyler swore I was his muse. He wrote a bunch of songs about me, posted them online, and they went viral. Overnight, Tyler became a huge sensation. A few weeks later, the director of my movie called me back in to redo my audition. Tyler came to support me. The director took one look at Tyler and invited him to audition too. Then something unexpected happened. The director was so impressed with both of our auditions that he cast us for 2 lead roles. Leah was so excited, she threw me and Tyler a party at her house to celebrate, and she invited a bunch of nerdy kids from school.
Since I'm your #1 fan, I've assembled your ultimate fan club.
You smell like sunshine. Then Tyler walked in, looking as gorgeous as ever.
Wow, Tyler, you're hot and your skin is as smooth as a red-eyed tree frog. Want to take a selfie?
Leah pulled out her cell phone and ran up to Tyler, but Tyler sidestepped her and she fell on her face. Hard pass. Tyler pulled me to the side. Let's get out of here. These nerds give me the creeps. And can you believe that freak Leah? Leah's not a freak, she's my friend. Whatever, I can't take a picture with her. It would ruin my image. I'm out. I'm going home to take a shower. Then Tyler left. I was so upset. I couldn't believe he was being so rude. That night, he apologized for being mean to Leah and promised he'd never do it again. But a couple of weeks later, everything changed. Tyler grew distant. He spent all his time posting videos for his fans online, and he stopped answering my calls and texts. I knew he was busy managing his newfound fame, but I still wanted to be supportive. One night, I invited him to my house to rehearse our lines for the movie, and I even made his favorite lemon meringue pie, but he didn't show up. I went online and saw that he'd just posted a video of himself practicing his guitar in his room. I went to his house. His front door was open, so I walked upstairs, but when I stepped into his room, what I saw turned my world upside down. Tyler was kissing some random girl.
Babe, what's your ex doing here?
Tyler turned to me with this dumb look on his face. Oh man, you didn't get my text?
What text?
Fine, I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. It's not me, it's you. No, it's not you, it's me. Whatever. I don't want to be your boyfriend anymore.
I went bonkers. I smashed the pie in Tyler's stupid face and punched him in the nose. Tyler's girlfriend started screaming like a banshee. Tyler's parents rushed in and broke up the fight. After that, Tyler and his new girlfriend spread rumors that I was unstable, and all of Tyler's fans turned against me. Then the director of our movie called me and gave me the most horrible news.
We've decided to take the story in another direction, so you're fired. Have a nice day.
I begged him to reconsider, but he hung up in my face. I was devastated. Mom rushed to my side. She'd heard the whole conversation. It's okay. I can fix this. I'll just get you another movie. Mom hopped on the phone to try to get me a new job, but no one would take her calls. She tried bribing a casting director and called in a dozen favors, but no one was interested in hiring me. Then, when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I found out that Tyler's new girlfriend was cast in my role. When Tyler and his dumb girlfriend's movie came out, it was a hit. Every time I turned on the TV or walked outside, I saw their faces on billboards, benches, and posters, and I swear I could hear them laughing at me as I passed. I grew angrier by the day, and I couldn't hold it inside. I started screaming and cursing in the street. Tyler broke my heart and ruined my life, so I vowed to get back at him. I started trolling Tyler online and left comments on all his posts saying that he was a stupid, mean jerk. He blocked me, and then my account was suspended. But I wouldn't give up, so I recruited Leah to help me stake out his house and get some dirt. We painted our faces green and hid in the bushes outside Tyler's house. After a few hours, Leah started to complain. Bestie, can we go? I think a mosquito bit my butt and these ants are crawling up my leg. No, we're on a mission. We can't back out now. Tyler is the enemy. He's evil. He must be destroyed. The next day, Leah and my fan club ambushed me in front of my house.
We're worried about you. You're obsessed with Tyler and it's making you crazy. You have to move on and let it go.
I burst out laughing. I'll never stop. If you're not with me, you're against me. I grabbed a water hose and sprayed Leah and the rest of the nerds in the face. They ran, running and screaming for their lives. Leah slipped and fell into a puddle.
I'm melting! I'm melting! Oh, what a world! What a world!
I scoured the internet to find anything I could about Tyler. I learned that he'd be at an exclusive party in town. I couldn't get an invite, so I did some digging and found out the host of the party had a son that went to my school. The boy's name was Isaac, and he was in my math class, and I knew he had a crush on me. So I pretended to like him and asked him to take me to the party.
I don't know. Parties aren't really my thing.
But we'd have so much fun. I held his hand and gave him a kiss on the cheek, and he turned as red as a chili pepper.
If you really want to go, I guess I could get us some tickets.
Isaac picked me up for the party, and to my surprise, he looked really handsome, like he'd walked off the cover of a fashion magazine. On the way to the party, I learned so much about Isaac. He was a talented artist, and he drew the most amazing sketches. He was smart and funny, and he made me laugh. For the first time in a while, I didn't think about Tyler and how he hurt me. I felt like a weight had been lifted, but all that came crashing down when we ran into Tyler in the parking lot. Tyler stepped out of a gold-plated Porsche with his girlfriend on his arm.
Hey, Aphrodite, what are you doing here? This party is for A-listers, not washed-up losers.
Tyler smirked at me and his girlfriend giggled. I saw red. I lunged at Tyler, but Isaac stepped between us.
You've got some nerve calling her a loser. She's got way more talent than you ever will. Oh, how cute. The geeks defending the loser. Together, you're a lame sandwich.
Tyler and his girlfriend laughed at me and Isaac, then walked away. I felt so helpless and angry. I wanted to cry. Then I spotted a bat in the back seat of Isaac's car. I grabbed the bat and darted toward Tyler's Porsche.
Aphrodite, don't.
I ignored Isaac. I smashed Tyler's windshield and broke his taillight. The car alarm wailed. Tyler ran outside, saw the damage, and cried like a baby. Then the police came and hauled me off to jail. Mom bailed me out, paid for the damages to Tyler's car, and convinced him to drop the charges. She was so disappointed in me. Tyler and his girlfriend were all over the news telling everyone I was crazy. I hid in my room and refused to come out for weeks. Until one day, there was a knock on my door. It was Leah and Isaac. Bestie, you've got to get out of bed. Your fan club is worried about you. I'm fine. Just leave me alone. But Leah and Isaac didn't listen. They camped out in my room. They brought me my favorite foods, and we watched funny MSA videos for hours. Eventually, I started to feel better.
Tyler's a jerk. What he did to you was wrong, but you can't let it change who you are.
Isaac's words hit a nerve. He was right. I'd worked for years to develop my career. I couldn't let it all go down the drain. But there's nothing I can do. Everyone hates me.
You've still got us, and your talent.
Isaac handed me a flyer for a summer Shakespeare festival.
The winner gets an audition with a huge Hollywood producer.
This is your chance to get back on top.
I was reluctant at first, but with Isaac and Leah's encouragement, I entered the contest. Though my mom wasn't too happy about it.
You're wasting your time. There's no money in plays.
That's your problem. It's always about money for you. You pressured me to take stupid jobs and bribed people to give me dumb roles. You took all my joy out of acting, and now I'm getting it back. Mom gave me the strangest look. Then she wiped a tear from her eyes.
Bravo! I've never seen you have so much passion. You could be a star on the stage or on the screen. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't know I was hurting you. That ends today.
Mom promised to have my back, and I felt more confident than ever. On the night of the festival, I poured all the pain and hurt that Tyler caused into my performance. When I was finished, the crowd cheered and gave me a standing ovation. Of all my years as an actor, I'd never felt such a rush. When they announced the winners, I got second place. I was bummed at first, but it didn't matter. In my mind, I'd won the most important prize. I'd proven to myself that my career wasn't over. You were awesome!
No, you were perfect.
Isaac gave me a huge bouquet of flowers, and then he hugged me tight. A year later, Tyler and his girlfriend got cast in another movie, and it was a total flop. It lost the production company millions. By then, they were total divas, so they fired their agents and managers, and no one wanted to work with them again. I continued doing plays for the rest of high school and through college, and eventually became a leading lady on Broadway. I hired Leah as my publicist. Duh, I'm her #1 fan. And Isaac stole my heart. Hi, I'm Sarah from Malaysia, but I moved to San Diego when I was a baby. Before I go on with my story, please like and subscribe. When I was a month old, I immigrated to America with my mom, my aunt, and my cousin Muna. My mom and my aunt were both single moms living in poverty. They wanted Muna and me to have a better life in the States. Muna and I were really close.
We're gonna build the biggest castle in the world, and no dragons will get in.
But when I was 6 years old, my aunt married a billionaire. She and Muna moved away, and we never heard from them again. I missed Muna so much, and Mom and I were still barely getting by. But Mom was the most optimistic lady ever, for one reason. When I was in kindergarten, the school psychologist told her I was born with a gifted brain. According to Mom, that meant I was the door to a brighter future for us. Oh, Sarah, you'll be the first daughter in our family to go to college. I'm going to buy you a kit with medical toys.
But can you play pirates with me first?
Yes, I'll play pirates with you. But first, I'm buying you a medical kit. From that day on, Mom was determined to help me develop my gifts. She signed me up for book clubs, advanced tutoring, foreign language classes. I never got to do anything fun. Your 20 minutes of TV time is up. Time for spelling flashcards. By the time I was in high school, I was exhausted. I didn't have the guts to tell Mom that, but then I discovered a new interest. Mom, can I take piano lessons? No, Sarah. Musicians end up homeless. When I was your age, I'd already dropped out of school and had to work as a cleaning girl. You have an opportunity to live a better life than I did. This is why you must study hard and use your gifts well. I saw so much fire in Mom's eyes. I just couldn't let her down because making her happy meant everything to me. One day I was at school when the teacher announced we had a new student. Class, this is Muna from Carmel Mountain. I almost fell back in my seat. It was Muna. I thought I'd never see her again. And she looked so different, wearing heavy makeup and dressed head to toe in designer clothes. By the end of class, everyone was already fawning all over Muna. Where did she get that handbag? That girl should be on a throne. I pushed past the kids gathered around her. I was just so excited she was here. Muna, it's me, Sarah. I go to school here too. Oh, Sarah. I see you're still wearing those turtlenecks your mom makes you. She knows how nerdy they make you look, right? Muna walked away before I could reply and ignored me for the rest of the day. I felt hurt. Wasn't Muna happy to see me? I told Mom about it when I got home, but she didn't seem surprised. Goodness knows how my sister is raising that girl. My sister is the worst. She married a billionaire and never gave me a penny. Lucky for me, I have a brilliant daughter who will be successful and not poor like me. Mom hugged me and I prayed I'd be just as successful as she wanted me to. I avoided Muna at school after that, even though I still wanted to be close with her again. Then one day, Mom and I were at the mall when suddenly, someone in a black mask came up behind Mom and snatched her purse. I ran after the thief, catching and tackling him to the floor. I ripped off his mask, but to my shock, the thief was Muna. Sarah, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize your mom from behind. Please, don't call the cops. I don't want my mom finding out. What is your deal? Why are you going around robbing people? You don't understand. I have no choice, so don't judge me, okay? I have every right to judge my rich cousin who is going around stealing money. Tell me what's going on, or I will tell on you. Fine. Look, I'm having a party Friday night. If you want to come, I'll explain everything to you there. Muna pulled out her phone and handed it to me. Type in your address and I'll pick you up. I was still furious at Muna for stealing my mom's purse and for how she treated me at school. But I was dying of curiosity to know why she was stealing. I left Muna with my address just as Mom walked towards me. I lied and said the cops had caught the thief, and I didn't tell Mom about Muna. I knew at that moment I'd have to go to the party in secret. So on Friday evening, I told Mom I was sick and I wanted to go to sleep early. I had to be super careful. Soon enough, I got a text from Muna. She was outside my house. I took a deep breath and went with Muna. And when we got to the party, I couldn't believe my eyes. We were inside an underground auditorium, crowded with celebrities and people wearing red carpet clothes. And in the corner was a giant marble piano. I walked over to look at it. It was beautiful. Muna, what's this piano doing here? But Muna didn't answer. Instead, I turned around to see her hugging some random guy. Babe, your concert is gonna be amazing. My boyfriend is so talented. I went up to her and pulled her aside. Wait, so this whole party is just a concert for your boyfriend? Yes, my boyfriend who my mom hates. But he is a super talented pianist and I want to support him. Muna, did you steal money for this? Not all of it. It's mostly my savings, but yeah, I ran a bit short. What kind of witch had my cousin become? I can't believe you'd do something so sick. My mom was right about you. You've become a horrible person. I stormed out of the auditorium before Muna could answer. And standing there on the sidewalk was Mom. I felt like I was gonna throw up. Mom, I was just here to see a friend. It was nothing. Before I could finish my sentence, Muna came up behind me, and Mom's jaw dropped. It was you. You dragged your cousin to an underground party, even though you knew she was ill. Knowing your mother, it makes perfect sense you'd be a terrible influence. Mom went ballistic at Muna, and I was glad. She deserved it. But when Mom drove me home that night, I learned everything in my life was about to change. Sarah, I'm going to start homeschooling you for a while. You need to refocus on your future. I've scheduled tutoring sessions for college preparation and advanced classes for... Mom went on and on. She was creating a whole new schedule for my life. I was feeling tingly and fiery all over. And suddenly, I started itching like crazy. Soon enough, I had red bumps and rashes all over my body. I asked Mom to take me to the doctor. Oh, Sarah, you have hives. I think I know what's going on. You're stressed, aren't you? I guess I'm a little stressed with Muna probably traumatized you. I'll call my grandmother and see what herbs she recommends. I wanted to tell Mom that it was her who was stressing me out. The next day, I went into the front yard, and standing right there was Muna. I know you don't want to see me, but I want to talk to you. I came to apologize for everything. I don't get it. Why would you steal money just to throw a concert for your boyfriend? Sarah, you probably don't remember because we were really little, but my mom's always been controlling and telling me how to live my life. I just wanted to rebel. Was it my imagination or did my aunt sound similar to Mom? Also, I'm sorry I was mean to you at school. I was trying to be loyal to my mom because I guess our moms don't like each other that much. But I don't want to fight with you. Why don't we just start over then? And leave our moms out of it. Muna agreed, and I felt like a weight had been lifted off my chest. I told Mom I was going for a run and went with Muna to her house. And when I went into Muna's living room, my jaw dropped. She had the same marble piano from the concert. At that moment, I decided to tell Muna my dream to play piano. You can practice here at my house. Are you kidding me? That would be amazing! So from that day on, I went to Muna's house secretly to teach myself piano, only when my aunt wasn't home. Soon enough, I was good enough to perform a recital. Muna and I combined our savings and booked it. But 2 days before the show, Mom dropped a bombshell on me. We're going to Malaysia to see your great-grandma. After I told her about your hives, we got to talking and she wants to see us. I was gonna miss my recital for a stupid family trip that Mom had planned without even asking me? I felt my blood boiling, but I couldn't make myself speak. I went to Muna's house in a panic and told her what happened. I don't get it. Just tell your mom the truth and don't go to Malaysia. It's that simple. But this is a family trip and it's important to her that I go. Can't you understand that? What I do understand is that your mom is just like my mom. She's a control freak who doesn't care about anyone but herself. My mom's given up her whole life for me. Her needs mean more to me than anything. I left before Muna could answer as I tried to bury my anger. And I went to the airport with Mom the night of my recital. And I didn't say a word to her. But suddenly, in the airport line, my skin started tingling again, and I started itching all over. Oh no, your hives are back. Let me get the medicine. At that moment, I knew the hive medicine wouldn't be enough. Before I knew what I was doing, I grabbed the medicine from Mom's hand and dashed towards the parking lot. Mom yelled and ran after me, but I got into a taxi before she could catch me. I was heading to my recital, and I wasn't letting her stop me. I arrived just in time for my performance, and when I played my piece, the audience was blown away. But then in the front row, I saw Mom. She just stood there, completely silent. I went over to her after the show.
I don't even know who you are anymore. You, young lady, are coming to the airport with me this instant.
Mom took both my arms and tried to drag me away, but something inside me burst. I'm not going to Malaysia with you, Mom. I'm sick of you trying to control my life. I'm not a baby anymore.
Sarah, you're behaving like an ungrateful brat after everything I've done for you.
Mom yanked my arms harder, but I pulled back, and to my horror, we tumbled, hitting the ground. Everyone around us gasped and started gathering around Mom. I hadn't meant to push Mom, but now she was being rushed to the hospital. What had I done? At that moment, Muna came up to me.
Sarah, I just saw what happened.
I have to go to the hospital now to check on her. Muna, I can't believe I did that. I was just so mad, but it was an accident.
I'll go with you to the hospital, but you did the right thing by standing up to your mom. Remember that, okay?
When we got there, I found out Mom had broken her ankle, but it was nothing serious. As soon as Mom saw me, I ran to hug her. Mom, I'm so sorry. You know I didn't hurt you on purpose, right?
I know that, sweetheart. I know I can be overbearing at times. That's how your aunt and I were raised. It's all we've known.
But I have to make my own decisions. I love playing piano. Also, I know you and Aunt have your differences, but I like Muna, and I'm gonna keep hanging out with her.
Sweetie, I'm not going to lie and say I agree with all of your choices. But in the end, your happiness is the most important to me. Your performance was beautiful, darling. I love you, Sarah.
I love you too.
Hi, I'm Janet. When I was 16, I fell in love, and it was magical. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. His name was Carter, and he was a dream come true. Every day I saw him, it was like the sun shined brighter.
I miss you, darling. My heart aches when you're not around.
I saw you 10 minutes ago, but it feels like an eternity.
Babe, you're my world, my inspiration, the air I breathe. Without you, I'm nothing. But with you, I feel like I could do anything. I love you so much.
You're so sweet, you make my teeth hurt. You're like cotton candy dipped in chocolate fudge with rainbow sprinkles. Every time Carter held me in his arms, I melted like a popsicle on a hot day. He made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. With him at my side, I was unstoppable. I was at the top of my class in school, I was captain of the debate team and class president, and Carter was my biggest cheerleader. Every time I reached a new goal, he bought me balloons and flowers and we'd waltz down the hallway.
Ouch, my foot.
Sure, we stepped on a few toes and a few grumpy people couldn't handle our public displays of affection.
Jeez, gotta roam for goodness sake.
But we didn't care. Our love was amazing. At home, it was just me and my dad, who was the head accountant at a huge company. He made a ton of money and worked really long hours, but he always made time for me. We played chess, watched movies, and I even cooked his favorite meals. Though one time his face turned green and he spent the rest of the night in the bathroom. Life was perfect, but a year later, everything changed. Dad started having problems with his boss, Mr. Saint. Mr. Saint owned my dad's company, and everyone in town loved him. He was filthy rich and donated a bunch of money to charities, but Dad hated him.
I can't stand that man. He's a crook and a thief. If they only knew what he does behind closed doors. He's a rotten criminal and he's bribed the police to look the other way.
No way, not Mr. Saint.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Carter is Mr. Saint's son. And of course, Dad has no idea that he's my boyfriend. Dad had to be mistaken. Carter was an angel. No way his father could be a criminal. Sure, Mr. Saint was a little stuck up. Pissed me off that he always tried to set Carter up with his rich friend's daughters. One time, Carter was on a date, and I jumped out of the bushes dressed like a zombie. I pretended to bite Carter, and then we chased his date down the block. Another time, I gave Carter a smelly shirt to wear. It stank so much that his date almost threw up at the table. Carter and I kept our relationship a secret. As far as our dads knew, Carter and I were just friends. Carter once even climbed through my bedroom window.
What's that noise? I swear I heard voices.
Oh, it was just me. Hey Janet, how you doing this evening? I'm fine, thanks for asking. I think I'll go to bed now. Jolly good idea. Good night, Janet. Good night. One day in the 10th grade, I competed for an internship at this huge tech company. We took a bunch of tests and had to give a big speech. My scores were the highest, and my speech got a standing ovation. But they gave it to some rich kid because his dad was friends with the CEO. The whole thing is rigged. That kid flunked the tests, and he slept through his own speech. It isn't fair. It doesn't make any sense.
Janet?
This is all wrong. The animals are running the zoos. The world has gone mad. All hope is lost. We're doomed. No one can save us. I had a bit of a breakdown. It wasn't my best moment. Carter felt really bad. He tried to cheer me up, but nothing helped. A week later, Carter ran up to me at school with an acceptance letter from the tech company with my name on it.
Your internship starts next week. I told my dad what happened, so he pulled some strings.
I was over the moon. Carter was the best boyfriend ever. But when I got home from school, my dad was furious and I felt horrible. I wanted to crawl into a hole. Maybe not a real one. I'm terrified of spiders. But the next day, my world turned upside down. When Dad went back to work to resign from the company, he was arrested and charged with fraud, theft, and embezzlement. The newspaper said he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Mr. Saint's company. At the trial, the lawyer had a ton of evidence against him.
Guilty.
The judge sentenced my dad to 20 years in jail.
I didn't do it, honey. Mr. Saint framed me.
We have to do something. We can tell the judge or go to the press.
It'll only make things worse. Mr. Saint has too many connections. Promise me you won't tell anyone. He'll ruin your life just like he ruined mine.
My blood boiled at the thought of Mr. Saint getting away with it, but I promised my dad I wouldn't say anything. Soon, we lost our house, and I had to go live with my grandmother in a tiny apartment across town. After the trial, Carter came over to visit.
I'm so sorry about your dad. He seemed like such a nice guy. I can't believe he was a crook.
I was stunned. I wanted to slap Carter across the face for saying that about my dad. My dad's not a crook. It's your dad that's...
I want you to know that I don't care about your dad's crimes. Even if he did try to steal from my dad's company, I forgive him. But most of all, I still love you, and I want us to be together.
I was about to explode, but before I could say a word, Carter put his finger to my lips.
Don't speak. I know this is all a lot, but we'll get through this together. I promise. Our love will triumph over it all.
Then he kissed me on my forehead and left. That night, Carter and his dad took their new yacht to some tropical island and he sent me a photo. Seeing Mr. Saint and Carter's stupid smiling faces on that dumb yacht made me so angry I could scream. I called Carter to dump him, but my calls wouldn't go through. Money was tight at my grandma's house, so I decided to get a summer job so I could stay at the private school for my senior year. I applied everywhere, but no one would hire me. They'd say they didn't have openings, but I'd hear them whispering about me behind my back. You can't hire her. Her father's a criminal.
He's a thief and a liar. She's probably just like him.
I wanted to punch them in the face, but I kept walking. Everywhere I went, people gossiped about my dad. After a while, I learned to ignore them. Eventually, I found a job at an old electronics store near the edge of town. My first day there, I met a boy named Vincent. Vincent was kind of weird at first. I'd catch him staring at me across the aisles. Every time I'd say hi, he'd walk away. And one time, I was walking home from work and I caught Vincent taking pictures of me with his phone. What's your problem?
I had a feeling it was you. Your dad's that crook that worked for Mr. Saint.
Vincent showed me a news article on his phone with a horrible picture of me and my dad from the trial.
What's the name of the jail he's in?
The jail is called Janet Punches Weirdos.
Never heard of it. Weird. Janet punches...
I'd had enough. I punched Vincent and shoved him to the ground. My dad is not a crook. He's innocent. That jerk, Mr. Saint, framed him. It was the first time I said it out loud. Vincent was shocked. Then he said something totally unexpected.
Join the club.
Vincent told me that Mr. Saint framed his dad for a crime a few years ago.
My dad was a reporter. He was investigating Mr. Saint. He spent months working undercover as Mr. Saint's butler. He almost had enough evidence to take him down, but before he could finish his story, Mr. Saint found out and planted stolen money in my dad's office. My dad tried to fight it, but Mr. Saint paid off the judge.
Vincent's dad made Vincent promise not to say anything too. I can't keep quiet any longer.
Neither can I, but what can we do? We both promised our dads we wouldn't say anything.
We can finish your dad's story and publish it anonymously. No one would ever know it was us.
Yes, I just got an idea. We can finish my dad's story and publish it anonymously.
Yes, I just said that. It was my idea.
Nuh-uh, it was my idea. I literally just said it 3 seconds ago.
No, it's my idea.
You're making me angry, Janet.
Fine. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not like I'm angry.
God, such a weirdo. That night, Vincent invited me to his house. Vincent found his dad's old laptop in the attic, but when he tried to pull up his dad's story, we learned that the computer had been wiped clean.
Oh no, it's not here. All the evidence is gone. It's all over. There's nothing we can do.
I can go undercover as Carter's girlfriend. I could snoop around his house and find the evidence.
You do that?
Yeah. Vincent stood tall like a soldier and saluted me. What are you doing?
It's just, you're my hero. You're so brave and selfless. I heard that Carter is the worst. He's a spoiled jerk. His voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard, and his brain's the size of a peanut. It's gonna be torture to pretend to be his girlfriend.
I didn't tell Vincent about me and Carter. Carter returned to town a week later, and I invited myself to his house. Every time I looked at Carter's face, I thought about Mr. Saint and what he did to my dad. Carter tried to kiss me, and I almost gagged.
Are you okay?
I must be coming down with something. Do you mind getting me some tea and maybe some soup? When Carter left the room, I snuck into his dad's study and snooped around. I took pictures of a bunch of secret papers and files and planted a recording device. Just as I was about to leave, I ran into Carter and Mr. Saint.
What is she doing here?
Oh, Mr. Saint, I'm so glad I found you. You saved my life. You're such a good man for exposing my dad and all the horrible things he did. How can I ever repay you? I know, I'll clean your study. I snatched a napkin from Carter and started cleaning. I knocked over an expensive vase, spilled water on the floor, and tossed a bunch of important papers in the trash.
She's so grateful, Dad. Isn't she the best?
I spent weeks at Carter's house, sending him on crazy errands so I could snoop around. Then, I'd rush over to Vincent's to show him what I'd found. We spent hours combing through the evidence. It was strange spending so much time with Vincent. He and Carter were so different. Vincent wasn't rich, but he was really smart, and his determination was contagious. Vincent and I wrote a bunch of articles that we posted online under a fake name, and before we knew it, the stories went viral, and the police showed up at Mr. Saint's door.
We did it! I can't believe it! He's finally going down!
Vincent pulled me into his arms, and my heart skipped a beat. What are you doing?
I'm not sure.
Then Vincent kissed me, and it was magical, but I was so confused. Vincent wasn't even my type. Suddenly, my cell phone rang, and I pulled away. It was Carter, and he wanted to see me. I should go to get more evidence.
Good idea.
I raced out of there to Carter's house. I found him sitting on the porch, looking really sad.
I'm scared, Janet. They just arrested my dad. He might go to jail and we'll lose everything. All our money, our houses, and our maids. I don't know what I'll do. I don't know how to be poor. I don't even know how to use the toaster. What if I need toast, Janet? How can I eat a sandwich without any toast?
Carter cried in my arms, and suddenly I felt really guilty. Memories of our love came rushing back to me. I hated seeing him like this. We went to his room to watch MSA videos to cheer him up. Carter drifted off to sleep. Then I saw Mr. Saint in his study paying off the judge.
Drop the charges, and there's more where that came from.
I raced over to Vincent's, but when I got there, a bunch of strange men were searching his house. Then out of nowhere, someone pulled me into the bushes.
They're after me. Mr. Saint found out I posted the articles from my computer. They're destroying all our evidence. Tell me you found something.
I told Vincent about Mr. Saint and the judge.
I know that prune-faced man. He's the judge that put my father away.
Mine too.
We have to publish another article. This is the proof we need to get our dads out of prison.
It's too dangerous.
Danger is my middle name.
Your middle name is Simon.
Yes, that's my second middle name. But the third one is Danger, and the fourth one is Triangle. And forget it. Just text me the video and I'll finish this. I have to protect you. You're a delicate flower.
I'm stronger than you are.
You know what I mean.
I texted Vincent the video, then he kissed me and ran off. My heart raced as he disappeared into the darkness. But when I got home, something unexpected happened. I walked into my room and saw Carter standing there with a huge smile on his face.
It's over.
What's over?
My dad caught the guy that's been writing all those lies about him. He'll go to jail just like his lying father.
Carter turned on the TV. Vincent's face popped up on the screen. He'd been arrested. My heart sank. Then Carter got down on one knee.
Will you marry me, Janet? You're my rock and my sunshine. I couldn't have gotten through this without you. Our love saved me.
I didn't know what to say. At one time, I dreamed of marrying Carter, but the thought of Vincent rotting in jail made me sick to my stomach. I ran out of there and straight to the police station. I showed them my secret recordings and all the other evidence I'd saved on my phone. The police released Vincent, but when they went to go arrest Mr. Saint, he was gone. He'd left town without a trace. A couple weeks later, my dad and Vincent's dad were finally back home. It broke Carter's heart to learn the truth about his dad. I tried to reach out to him, but he refused to take my calls. I heard he and his mother moved away to a farm where Carter learned to make bread. As for Vincent and I, we fell in love. We studied journalism in college, and after we graduated, we became investigative journalists.
We make a great team. You're an excellent sidekick.
I'm not a sidekick, you're the sidekick.
You're standing by my side, and when we first met, you kicked me.
Actually, I shoved you and punched you in the face.
Details.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina, and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm gonna go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it gonna be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day, when I was in second grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm gonna sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just gonna pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm gonna smash your car and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head?
I wasn't.
He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out.
What are you doing here?
Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down.
I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here.
Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away.
Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm gonna tell the principal about you.
The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile.
Did you see that? I wasn't scared and what you said worked.
After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt, but he had a weird reaction.
No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me.
Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me. I want to see the manager right now and get you fired. But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him.
Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress?
As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me.
Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone.
I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me.
I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that?
Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me.
What happened? Was that guy bothering you?
I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire.
What are you, nuts? Did you want to die?
Suddenly, my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself.
Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt.
Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you, it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile.
I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check.
This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness.
What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina.
What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad?
Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay?
Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me.
Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left?
No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes.
What do you want to know about me, Marina?
Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me?
My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but...
Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say anymore. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears,
I love you, Marina.
Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me.
Hey, are you all right?
I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James.
He left, Marina, and he's never coming back.
He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery. I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings. Gosh, there was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me.
I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and...
Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way.
What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron.
Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him.
Then why won't you say yes to me?
I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here?
How dare you touch her, you filthy.
I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time?
Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you.
Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures?
What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything.
What? What do you mean?
That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there and I asked him to inform you.
What?
I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now.
Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him?
Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you.
But those messages from your phone and those posts.
I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures.
Timmy, I can't believe you.
You son of a witch.
No, James, just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that.
Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
Hi, my name is Dawn. My mom named me that because I was born at dawn in the basement in secret. Mom was dumb enough to have me when she was 17. Back then, things were different in my country, Armenia. My grandpa was really strict and he would have kicked my mom out if he found out about me. Although back then, 17 was the legal age. The moment I was born, Grandma said, "Oh, God, she looks exactly like her jerk dad. She's the ugliest baby I've ever seen. Let's just get rid of her." She wasn't wrong. Dad wasn't handsome, and neither was I, unlike my gorgeous mom and grandma. But I knew I was special in some other way. I just had to find out what it was. But because I was a secret child, I was never allowed to leave the basement and had a weird childhood. Mom would leave me with Grandma and go to school, and when she came back, she'd switch shifts with my grandma. When I was 3, Mom and Grandma tried to teach me Armenian, but I just couldn't understand it. Isn't it bad enough she's a secret child and ugly and now also dumb? All our family members are geniuses while she's a dyslexic. You really should just put her up for adoption.
Grandma, you're meanie. I am smart. Smarter than you. Wait and see.
One day when I was 4, Mom was reading something in English, and I took it from her and started reading fluently. My grandma, who was a professor in linguistics, looked very shocked and said that I was dyslexic in my mother language, but fluent in English. One day, Grandma and Mom came to me crying and said that Grandpa was dead. Mom was sad, but said she would finally marry my dad. Dad was a genius like the rest of the family. He was a professor of mathematics and aerospace engineering. At first, I thought I'd finally meet Dad now that Grandpa was dead, but Mom told me that if she told Dad about me, he might run away, so I had to stay in the basement a bit longer. But there was no way I was going to do that. Finally, when I was 5, I had the perfect opportunity to escape. My Aunt Mary from the States came to visit us. She was also a professor in something so fancy. I got my opportunity to escape. I left the basement and ran to Dad. Daddy, it's me, Dawn, your daughter. Dad looked stunned.
Who is she? And what is she talking about?
Daddy, look at me, please, But I looked at his face and he looked like he was gonna explode, and I just knew I'd messed up big time. I needed to say something, so I said, I'm like your daughter. Mary adopted me last week. I'm from the States. I'm a genius in English literature. I can write sonnets. Please, just teach me to become like you. Dad was super impressed. He smiled and said,
You talk like a genius. You have the genius's eyes, the genius's face. Welcome to our family, Dawn. Dawn, the adopted girl from the States.
His tone suggested that he knew something. I was afraid he didn't believe my lie. My dad asked my aunt if she could leave her adopted child, aka me, here. He began to love me so much. He used to say,
She's special. She's something else.
One day when I was in the 2nd grade, Dad found out that the teacher didn't make me the star of the week. He went insane. The next day, he came to school and insulted the teacher for deliberately trying to destroy my career. The teacher started crying. I hugged her and said, Oh, please don't cry. Dad can be awful sometimes, and it's awful being awful. Dad heard me, and in front of the entire classroom, he roared,
What did you just say, you moron?
Dad, people make mistakes.
Some people make much more mistakes than other people, and we don't want them in our lives. Come with me, right now.
And after that, he decided that we would move out of the country altogether and go live in the States for better education. Mom refused to come. I have a life here that I love. I don't want to leave it.
You love life? That's the most foolish thing a person can do.
Darling, I'm a human.
Save it. We're over.
And just like that, my jerk dad left Mom there. I was enrolled in the best school in the entire States, and Dad made the principal dedicate one day for me to teach the entire class because he said I was smarter than my own teachers. My classmates hated it and thought that I was trying to act smarter and more important than them. As a result, I never had friends until I reached the 6th grade, when a new boy came to our class. He was from Belgium. He sat behind me, and the teacher asked him to introduce himself. And he said,
Hi, I'm Belgium from Ben. No, I mean, I'm Ben. Yes, I'm Ben from Ben.
Never heard of that country before. Where is it? In nowhere? Next to your brain? Everyone started laughing. What mean kids. So I got up and defended him. You guys are awful. Ben is my friend, and if you annoy him, then you're annoying me. And that would not be okay. And you know exactly what I mean. Everyone went silent and turned their heads to the board. From that day on, we became best friends. But when we were in the 9th grade, that changed. One day, Ben and I had a presentation in physics class.
Sir Isaac Newton quantified the gravity between two objects when he formulated his 3 laws of motion. There are 10.
Suddenly, he tripped and took me down with him. We both fell on the floor, and the chart paper in his hand floated down and covered us. Look at Ben 10. He's real smooth, isn't he? But Ben and I weren't even listening because he was on top of me and his blue eyes were hypnotizing me. Slowly, he inched closer. I froze, but suddenly the teacher told us to get up. From that day, I really started to have feelings for him. But I had to make sure Dad never found out. He would ground me for life for just having a crush. He always said,
Smart people don't fall in love, and genius people don't even know what love is.
A few months later, though, Ben asked me out. He said I was smart and pretty. I wasn't pretty, and he wasn't telling the truth. But I appreciate what a man in love would say. I agreed to date him, but told him to keep it a secret. We had the greatest time of our lives. But all that came crashing down when Alina joined our class in the 10th grade. She was from Belgium, and even I knew she was a goddess. I mean, at first, it was fine. But then one day she asked Ben if she could borrow his notebook to take some notes. He agreed and gave it to her. When she took it, she touched his hand like, touch them, not by accident at all. And then she said something in Dutch, and whatever she said made Ben laugh and blush. I was so annoyed, but I asked him about it, and he told me it was nothing. I got crazy mad and went back home and started Googling ways to look gorgeous. One website said that eating flowers would make me beautiful, so I filled up my plate with rose petals and started munching. Ugh, phew, this is horrible. What am I even doing? I suddenly realized I didn't need to look beautiful to impress him. I was already a genius. So I started learning Dutch. Since I was a Germanic language genius, as Dad was always saying, I became fluent in Dutch in 2 months. Then one day, while Ben and I were having lunch, Elena came and asked to join us. Ben scooted over a little, but I didn't budge. She turned to Ben and in Dutch she said, "Ben, you're a good guy. You should be with someone who understands you. Someone like me, and not some Armenian Dumbo. You and me." I jumped to my feet and replied in Dutch, "I think it's time for you to finally shut your mouth, you witch." They both looked stunned. Then she said something in French, and I said, "I can understand that too, you moron. Leave my boyfriend or I'll make you regret the moment you move to the States." I thought she'd have some shame, but no. To my utter annoyance, she turned to Ben and said something in German. Ugh, Belgium, why do you have to know so many languages? Just choose one. She grinned at me like the witch she was and pushed me aside. Sounds like you didn't understand German, huh, genius? I lost control. That's it, you witch. Before I knew what was happening, I slapped her hard and pushed her on the ground. Ben was shocked. What's wrong with you? I had to fight because words in 3 freaking languages did not stop her. Just go home, Dawn. And then he helped Alina and left with her. I went home that day feeling so furious. I told Dad everything. He laughed at me and said I was stupid for believing Ben at all. He's a jerk, and he's obviously crushing over this other girl, Elena. He was right. The next day, I broke up with Ben. The rest of high school just flew by, and I graduated with honors. At graduation, Ben came to talk to me, but I ignored him. A month later, I moved to another state to specialize in teaching English to foreign kids with dyslexia, but Dad was dead set against it. After weeks of begging, he finally agreed, but only after he made me promise him I would publish 25 research papers every 4 months, and he really bought it. Pfft, as if. When I entered my dorm room, what I saw made me scream. Ben! Hey, roomie. What are you doing here? Are you crazy? Yeah, crazy about you. Please, don't let your dad control you when he's 1,000 miles away. I suddenly realized I wanted to say something to Ben, and I tried to pronounce it. But I couldn't complete it. I know, Dawn. I love you too. I love you so much. And with that, we shared an intense kiss. From that day on, we became inseparable again. But after a while, Ben started to spend a lot of time outside. I asked him about that, and he assured me everything was fine. But I was suspicious. A year later, Ben's dad lost his fortune, and Ben decided to drop out of college and start working to help his dad. He left and would visit whenever. One night, I was waiting for Ben in my room when I heard a knock on the door. It was Dad, and he was livid. So, who is your roommate? What about saying hi first? You're with Ben, aren't you? Dad, listen, he's not what you think. He's a good guy. Oh yeah? If he's such a good guy, why is he in prison? What? Ben was in prison? You heard me. He and his dad are in prison. You don't read the news? Some embezzlement or something. I can't believe you're dating a thief. Dad, don't call him that. I'm sure he's innocent. Are you hearing yourself? What language is this, you idiot? The language of love, Dad. I want him, and I love him, and I'll wait for him. That's so stupid of you, Dawn. I didn't raise you to become like this. Are you sure you're ready to pay for this mistake? Mistake? If falling in love is a mistake, then I want to live with this mistake for the rest of my life. Then forget you had a real father. Now I see you like the adopted girl you pretended to be. From today, you're a stranger to me. So all this time, he knew that I was his real daughter and didn't say anything to me or Mom. A month later, Ben got out of jail and I was happy to see him, but also thought about what Dad said. And sure enough, Ben had changed, and not for the better. He became distant and cold. Then he started asking me for money. I would give him some at first, but then I started feeling something was fishy. I decided to leave him, but he didn't take that well. He started threatening me and stalking me everywhere. I felt really scared, so I decided to go to my dad. Sure, he was a jerk sometimes, but he would forgive me just like he forgave Mom, right? Wrong. As soon as I entered the house, Dad smirked. I don't even want to know what he did this time. Get out. Dad, please forgive me. I made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes, but some mistakes
are unforgivable. Dawn, get out of my house.
Why? What crime did I commit? Who do you think you are, huh? I'll tell you who you are. You're a pathetic, bitter man. I stormed out. I had some savings and started working online as a freelancer, and I made a lot of money. I didn't even try to talk to Dad for years, but then one day he called me. I went to see him. He looked tired and sick. He looked into my eyes. You're a brave girl, Dawn. You're brave for making different decisions. But I failed. I lost everything. No, you didn't, sweetheart. You gained experience, and you became wiser. Forgive me for not understanding you, my darling. I love you so much. I love you too, Dad. After that day, we became closer, but Dad left us after a few months. I never forgot him and his last words. Now, 8 years later, I'm married and a mom of 2 beautiful boys. I did become a professor and published tons of research papers to help millions of kids around the world. And I still sometimes make bad decisions. But the important thing is that I learn from them and become wiser.